होणार आहे ते.
हो.
said that the entire infinite universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and consciousness, the which operates in a cyclic form and which was assertively confirmed by latter-day scientists like Dr. Albert Einstein, Dr. Erwin Schrödinger, Dr. Roger Penrose, and others. For the last many millennia, intelligent beings have worshipped me in various forms and have pursued me to find answers to many questions and solve many mysteries of this vast universe. Friends, I find it truly fascinating that the philosopher Saint Jnaneshwar, at the tender age of only 16 years, enunciated and revealed to the entire world nearly 730 years ago the 9 universal scientific principles or secrets which have now been proved beyond doubt through the modern high-tech digital tools like artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, Internet of Things, etc. through their applications like Google, Facebook, Instagram, and so on. At the age of only 16 years, Saint Jnaneshwar narrated a commentary on Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which is considered as a treasure trove of knowledge divine in the form of Jnaneshwari. It is indeed fortunate that today I, knowledge divine, have evolved and manifested in the form of a monumental creation, the world's largest dome, dedicated to peace, harmony, and humanity, which is truly a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory. The creator of this monument of miracle is the eminent visionary educationist from India, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad. Friends, today the world is passing through a tense and chaotic stage, even worse than what was experienced during the 2 world wars. The present one is also a war between good and evil, sacrifice and greed, virtues and vices, tolerance and stubbornness, religious coexistence and fundamentalism, traditional time-tested values and quick gains, ego and humility, and so on. The world is witnessing mind-boggling scientific and industrial developments on the one hand, while on the other, there is total chaos, confusion, terrorism, bloodshed, and massacre in the name of caste, creed, race, religion, and trivial issues like boundaries of nations. My dear friends, it is a matter of great shame that today the entire world, be it the most powerful and developed nations like America, China, Russia, Britain, Germany, France, etc., to the poorest of the poor countries, are combating the devastating and horrifying coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, which has created a horrifying situation with a deathly silence prevailing throughout the world, with the fear looming large that humanity may not even see the end of the 21st century. Friends, it is also quite unfortunate that the scientific developments of today have created avenues for material comfort and luxury instead of creating a pathway for peace and well-being of mankind. The powerful nations seem to be engaged in stockpiling chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons like hydrogen, neutron, and atomic bombs, instead of helping the poor and needy and spreading the message of peace. Today, the need of the hour is to promote a culture of peace through the appropriate understanding of the role of science and spirituality, with the scientific component being represented by the body and the brain, and the spiritual component being represented by the mind and the soul, together making for the universal scientific laws or principles Vishwatmak Tattva. Of the many countries on this planet, India is one which has pursued knowledge divine for many thousands of years and has tried to find the ultimate truth, ultimate reality, Almighty God. Many saints, sages, seers, rishis, munis took birth in India and revealed and enunciated the most scientific and spiritual secrets of the universe for the well-being of humanity. Friends, from among the learned and wise people that took birth throughout known human history, I found philosopher Saint Shri Jnaneshwar to be a true embodiment of me, knowledge divine. Saint Jnaneshwar, in a lifespan of only 21 years, revealed my true form before the world through his assertion that the entire universe is pure consciousness and intelligence. Saint Jnaneshwar was not just a saint in the spiritual sense of the term, but a true philosopher who unfolded some very basic universal principles or secrets and assertively stated that the whole universe was an intelligent and conscious being. My dear friends, it is therefore quite befitting that the world's largest dome, a symbol of knowledge divine and peace, be named after this great philosopher, Saint Shri Jnaneshwar. This dome, which has taken form near the city of Pune in India, has become a beacon of humanity, universal brotherhood, and peaceful coexistence. Friends, perhaps for the first time in known human history, stand 54 beautiful life-size bronze statues of some of the greatest saints, scientists and philosophers in this largest dome dedicated to world peace. They are those who over the years have found recognition as the true makers of world history, and they have assembled here in this wonderful dome like a round table conference to discuss the future of this world. In this 263-foot tall dome of 160 feet diameter stands Lord Gautam Buddha, who performed a deep penance in the pursuit of knowledge divine and enlightenment, which he attained. Standing tall in this dome is Lord Jesus Christ, whose message of love, peace and compassion guides humanity 2000 years after his immortal sacrifice. Also present in this dome is Guru Nanak Dev, who preached that knowledge cannot be obtained by speech alone. It can only be obtained with the blessings of the Almighty. This imposing domed structure has the great philosopher Saint Tukaram Maharaj, Mahatma Kabir, Baba Bulle Shah, Adi Shankaracharya, and many more spiritually enlightened souls. It has path-breaking scientists like Dr. Albert Einstein, Sir Isaac Newton, Sir Michael Faraday, Dr. C.V. Raman, etc. Great philosophers like Aristotle, Plato, Kant, Hegel, Swami Vivekananda, and the revered messenger of world peace, Mahatma Gandhi. All these enlightened noble souls have just one message to convey. Only the pursuit of knowledge can lead humanity to an existence of happiness, peace, and contentment. Today, the language of knowledge has undergone a transformation. Today, social media is the carrier of information and knowledge. However, it is sad that even 725 years after the Sanjeevan Samadhi of Saint Jnaneshwar, the message of true knowledge divine and Mother Nature has not been adopted by us. My dear friends, this outstanding, magnificent domed structure is a true laboratory to bring about the harmony of science, spirituality, and philosophy, and conveys the eternal messages from the ancient Indian scriptures like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world as one family, and Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, there is only one ultimate truth, Almighty God. Though learned men call it by different names like Ram, Rahim, Jesus, Gautam Buddha, Mahavir, etc. Created in pure white marble, this beautiful structure is the product of the concept, planning and architecture of the great visionary educationist, thinker and philosopher, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, founder of the world-renowned Myers MIT Group of Educational Institutions, Pune, India. An ardent follower of the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda, and a profound devotee of two of the greatest philosopher saints, Shri Jnaneshwar and Tukaram, Dr. Vishwanath Karad has been instrumental in creating some of the most amazing monuments like the embankments on the river Indrayani at Alandi near Pune, the huge multimedia coliseum for mass literacy also at Alandi, the most unique bridge of humanity, Ram Rahim Manavta Setu, the stunning Gautam Buddha Vihar, and Lord Ram Temple in his native village of Rameshwar Rui in the Marathwada region of Maharashtra, the one-of-a-kind music academy in the world, Vishwashanti Sangeet Kala Academy, and many more. Dr. Vishwanath Karad's strong belief in the prophetic statement of Swami Vivekananda that the union of science and spirituality alone will bring harmony and peace to mankind has led him to promote the concept of value-based universal education in the various educational institutions and universities like the MIT World Peace University, Pune, India, the MIT Art, Design and Technology University.
Recording in progress.
By him for the holistic development of the students and society at large. After seeing this magnificent dome, some leading personalities of India had this to say.
We look at this magnificent dome. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world, which it badly needs today. Professor Karad, you have given so much in the field of education to this state of Maharashtra, to India, but this is your greatest gift that you are leaving behind. They say individuals go, but institutions live. Individuals go, but ideas live. Individuals go, but messages live. This is the greatest message that you have left for us. May I request you to applaud not only him, but all these workers with a thunderous applause.
डॉक्टर विजय भटकर जी ने कहा,
Dr. Vishwanath Karad, who is the creator of this edifice, it is only through the union of science and religion correctly interpreted. We have only two options. Either we live together or we perish together. It is in this context, this monument will stand. Remind us that these are the people who build. 54 people, they say, are representative people. Scientists, religious leaders, social reformers. So we take inspiration from them, and they have carried the world so far. We have a long way to go. And this monument will remind us, inspire us that we have a long way to go for the humanity to bring peace on this beautiful planet that has been given to us.
भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति महामहिम वेंकैया नायडू ने कहा,
Reinforcing the old idea of Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu, Vasudaika Kutumbakam. The entire world is one. That is the philosophy behind this dome. And then why dome? To prevent the doom. I have been to certain parts of the world. We have seen some wonders of the world also. We read about them also. But this will be another wonder of the world, situated in Pune, Maharashtra, in India, that is Bharat. Philosophers and scientists coming together is a great combination. And their thoughts, their ideas, that will really give us what is required for the human beings. भारतीय परंपरा उस सन्मार्ग को दिखाने के लिए इस सुंदर नया आइडिया को डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ करात जी ने निर्माण किया है। इसलिए मैं पूरी देश के ओर से on behalf of the entire country, I would like to compliment and congratulate Dr. Vishwanath for this historic contribution. And I must say that this dome, in all its grandeur, is a true reflection of the vision he held for posterity and his mission in life. He has a mission. The mission is noble. He started all these institutions also with that missionary zeal. Today, Dr. Karat has exhibited the same. For thousands of years to come, this dome is a true endorsement of the Gandhian thought and a manifestation of all the good that comes out of it.
What a joy it is to be in this magnificent structure. I must congratulate Vishwanath ji. He has created a Taj Mahal of education. This is a Taj Mahal of education, the magnificent dome, all the symbolism that has gone into the four Jnana Stambhas and inside. It's quite remarkable.
To remember again that 21st century will be the century of India, my mother India. Not with ego, but with a pride. Friends, remember, he professes further, it will emerge as a knowledge code of the whole world and will show the pathway of harmony and peace to mankind. It will become a Vishwa Guru in the 21st century. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा symbol यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
Friends, the beautiful statue of the goddess of knowledge divine, goddess Saraswati, atop this beautiful dome is also conveying this very message that only the pursuit of knowledge can create a pathway to world peace. Friends, it is high time that all the learned scholars, thinkers, scientists, philosophers, academicians, educationists, heads of universities and others come together and evolve a value-based universal education system which will have an emphasis not just on the development of the brain or intellect, but also on the development of a positive, constructive mindset with the winning personality of individuals who are physically fit, mentally alert, intellectually sharp, and spiritually elevated human beings for the establishment of a holistic, peace-loving global society. Friends, through this unique monument of miracle, philosopher Saint Shri Jnaneshwar World Peace Prayer Hall, World Peace Dome, I would like to appeal to all right-thinking people to realize the message of peace and harmony being delivered by this dome and contribute their mites in creating a peace-loving, holistic global society.
Patre sir, very good afternoon to each and everyone. We are ready to go in another 2 minutes. So we are at 15:57. We'll start at 15:59. So in another 2 minutes, we are going live on all the YouTube channel, Facebook channels, and all the media.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you. Shaping peace together.
Patre sir, ready to go.
Very good evening, one and all. On behalf of Governing Council and Chairman Organizing Committee, Chairman Advisory Council, President 7th World Parliament, UNESCO Chair, revered Professor Dr. Vishwashanti Karad sir, and Secretary General, 7th World Parliament, Shri Rahul V. Karad, I welcome all the distinguished guests, dignitaries, and all the attendees who are attending on various social media platforms in this historic session number 2, Shaping Peace Together of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. Today we have galaxy of speakers. We have our own revered Professor Dr. Vishwashanti Karad sir, UNESCO chairholder and founder president and chief patron, MITES MIT Pune and MIT World Peace University, Pune, India. We also have Honorable Shri Mohanji, who is world-respected humanitarian and the founder of the Mohanji International Foundation, Switzerland. We have Shri Mandar Apteji, who is executive director at Cities for Peace International Association for Human Values, Los Angeles, California, USA. We also have Shri Yogesh Joshiji, who is Associate VP, Causeway Technology, London, UK, and MS in Michigan State University, USA. We also have Dr. Anas Ametakul, Chairman of the Sharia Advisory Council, Islamic Bank of Thailand, Professor, Mahidol University, Thailand, and we have Dr. Sadia Mahmood, Fulbright Scholar in Residence Program, Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, Pakistan. I welcome all the dignitaries, and now may I request my technical team to kindly relay the virtual arrival of all the dignitaries at the World Peace Dome. So there we are, although virtually, but we are in the World Peace Dome, the biggest dome in the world, thanks to the architectural marvel of revered Professor Dr. Vishwashanti Karad sir. We begin our every auspicious event with World Peace Prayer. Before we begin our proceedings, we will also begin with the prayer, which is not a prayer of any religion, caste, creed, but which is for the benevolent purpose of world peace. So may I request everyone in the audience to gently close your eyes, fold your hands, and wholeheartedly participate in the world peace prayer. Technical team, please relate.
Namo Jiyadya Veda Pratipadya Jaya Jaya Swasamvedya Atmarupa Devatuti Ganeshu Sakalartha Mati Prakashu Mane Nivrittidasu Avadhari Goji Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Ishavashyamidam sarvam Yatkincha jagatyam jagat Tena tyaktena bhunjitha Ma grudha kasya svidhanam Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayat Sarvepi sukhinas santu Sarve santu niramayaha Sarve bhadrani pashyantu Ma kaschid dukhamapnuyat Jo shantihi antariksha shantihi prithvi shantihi apashantihi aushadhaya shantihi vanaspataya shantihi vishvedeva shantihi brahma shantihi sarva shantihi shantireva shantihi sama shantiredhi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you, technical team. Friends, the theme of this session is shaping peace together. There is a need for peace in a world that is more uncertain than ever now. We have heard that the birth of Jesus Christ was a defining moment in the known history of mankind. And even we refer the time scale as before Christ, BC, and after Christ. Similarly, we are all going through a cataclysmic event after 2000 years, precisely since 2020. It is called as BC 2020, or we can say before Corona 2020, and hopefully sooner than later after Corona, we don't know when. But one thing is true, and that's sure. Our lives are not going to be the same since 2020. And hence there is a dire need to understand the interdependence nature of our existence. In 2021, we all are inspired to think creatively and collectively about how to help everyone recover better, how to build resilience, and how to transform our world into one that is more equal, more just, more equitable, more inclusive, more sustainable, and healthier by spreading compassion, kindness, and hope. And we need to take a stand and work toward peace now. It's now or never. So let's join hands for shaping the peace together. I'm so delighted to have a galaxy and plethora of great distinguished speakers with us today. We have got Honorable Mandar Apteji, who is Executive Director at Cities for Peace, International Association for Human Values, Los Angeles, California, USA. We heartily welcome Honorable Mandar Apteji. We have Honorable Mohanji, who is world-respected humanitarian and the founder of the Mohanji International Foundation, Switzerland. We heartily welcome Honorable Mohanji, sir. We have with us Honorable Professor Dr. Sadia Mahmood, who is Fulbright Scholar of Pakistani Hindu Studies from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, Pakistan. We heartily welcome Dr. Sadia Mahmood, ma'am. We also have Honorable Mr. Yogesh Joshi, who is Associate VP, Product Management, Causeway Technologies, London, UK. We heartily welcome Sri Yogesh Joshi ji. And we have with us Honorable Dr. Anas Ametaykul, who is Chairman of the Sharia Advisory Council, Islamic Bank of Ireland, and Professor, Mahidol University, Ireland. We welcome all of you in this second session of the 7th Historic Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. Before we proceed, we are going to watch an architectural marvel. An education is par excellence. And as you heard now from Dr. Karan Singh, there's a Taj Mahal of education is built with 15 years of sustained resilience effort by an educationist par excellence. It is the philosopher Sant Sri Gnaneshwara World Peace Dome, World Peace Prayer Hall, and Library. Friends, its diameter is 160 feet. Its height is 263 feet. It is the world's biggest dome. The concept, planning, architectural design, and execution, all over 15 years of relentless efforts by renowned educationist, revered Professor Dr. Vishwashanti Karad sir. It is an endeavor to convey the message of world peace. It epitomizes a unique blend of science, spirituality, and philosophy for the welfare of mankind. It has 54 larger than size bronze statues of the great founders of all major religions, sages, saints, scientists, philosophers, we can say the makers of the last 5,000 years of known history of the mankind. May I request my technical team to kindly play the video on World Peace Dome.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karat and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
But if it takes away the rest of the days of my life and gives me one day where I can come back and look at this magnificent dome, magnificent message to the rest of the world, to me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
Science without religion is lame, and we all know this. Religion without science is blind.
जब तक सीता का मान नहीं करोगे तब तक श्री राम का मान संपूर्ण नहीं होगा, आप याद रखिए। केवल जय श्री राम से बात नहीं बनेगी, जय सीताराम कहिए, कहना होगा।
हमको लगता है कि आज गांधी जी हों चाहे जो कोई हो, सबका इशारा विश्व शांति का है।
विवेकानंद ने कहा है कि 21वीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता ज्ञान का दालन बोल के उभर आएगी। इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी। उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
Thank you. Thank you so much. What an architectural marvel that is. And friends, who would not like to capture and savor such moments for life? And hence I would request all the dignitaries, all the guests, and all the panelists to please put your videos on so that we can capture in this, the new nomenclature, the online video photographs. So please, I request all the dignitaries, all the panelists, to please put your videos on. Technical team, please capture the photo moment, please. Thank you. Thank you. I hope the photo session is gone. Friends, there are 3 stages in the evolution of consciousness, of human consciousness: dependence, independence, and interdependence. We are all born as dependent child. We need support for everything, for food, for thinking, for decision making. But then over a period of life, we become independent. We take our own decisions, we make our own money. But then that is the old problem, that many people stop at this second ladder only. Most of the people just become independent as a reaction to the dependence, because dependence has so many issues. And so people become from dependence to independence and probably never realize that the nature of our existence is interdependence. Neither you exist nor I exist. We collectively exist, interdependence. And that is what today's session is, shaping peace, but not you, not me, together. So before we proceed with our discussion, let's watch a curtain raiser video on the theme of this session, shaping peace together. May I request technical team to play the video.
Shaping peace together. Shaping peace together is to celebrate the day by spreading compassion, kindness, and hope in the face of the pandemic. Stand together with the world against attempts to use the virus to promote discrimination or hatred. Let us join hands so that we can shape peace together. Building peace, restoring relationships, building trust, and resolving underlying issues that lead to conflict. A big factor in shaping peace is the protection of health services and the prevention of attacks on healthcare, since it remains a priority to ensure that each and everyone can enjoy their right to health.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I take delight and honor in inviting our first guest speaker of the day, Shri Mandar Apteji. He is Executive Director at Cities for Peace, International Association for Human Values, Los Angeles, California, USA. Shri Mandar Apte is a former Shell game changer who used to manage Shell's impact investment portfolio on social innovations. After working at Shell for 17 years, Shri Mandar Apte is a visiting scholar at George Mason and manages the Business for Peace Innovation Lab that provides innovation consulting to international brands to find novel ways to make peace profitable. He also manages a non-profit peace consultancy, Cities for Peace, that actively promotes peace in cities across the world. For nearly 2 decades, Mandar Apteji has taught leadership programs using meditation practices for the Art of Living Foundation. Recognized as a thought leader on sustainability innovation, leadership, and entrepreneurship, he has spoken and led master classes at prestigious conferences like Aspen Ideas Festival, Social Innovation Summit, Sustainable Brands, Kellogg Innovation Networks, etc. He now focuses on his time and energy on supporting global brands to recalibrate their purpose and social impact. So we welcome sir on this second session of the 7th World Parliament. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me, Dr. Patre?
Yes, please, sir. Please, loud and clear.
Even though we are not physically in the same room, it feels overwhelming in a very positive way that so many people gather together to think about something that we take for granted. We take peace for granted. And for me, I have been in America 25 years. I went there as a graduate student and then had a corporate life, 200 days of business travel every year. And especially in America, the news cycle of different types of violence is maybe 1 day, 2 days, maybe a week, and then we move on. So a few years ago, this was a key moment of truth in my life that unless an act of violence happens to me, I may not do anything about it. So that's where I started thinking, whenever an act of violence happens, whether it's domestic abuse, bullying, in America, school shootings, hate, or given global terrorism, after that act of violence has happened, then communities come together, people come together. We put flowers, candles, yeah, marches. And what does that show? That shows that compassion is there, but it is dormant. It is just waiting for that act of violence to happen. So that was a wake-up call for me. And I started thinking, okay, what am I going to do? Although I have been a meditation teacher, art of living teacher for nearly 2 decades, we need to also be more dynamic in our activity, in our actions, not just inner peace. So with the inspiration of my meditation teacher, Shri Ravi Shankarji, I started thinking about how can we scale up peace. And then we need to define, okay, what is peace? Because, I can't read somebody's mind. And so peace is not just the absence of conflict, but it could be defined as a way to handle conflict by peaceful means. Whether it's a conflict at home, a conflict on the street, or conflict in the world, can we build the peace builder's strength in managing this conflict, managing the tensions that exist? And one of the things that is necessary is to build the muscle that let's agree to disagree. Because the world is polarized. The world is polarized, whether you are in India or in America or anywhere in between. We are polarized. I think about this issue this way, and it usually depends on what media channel you watch, especially in India and America. So polarization will always be there. We just need to learn how to agree to disagree, so that we don't lose that personal relation with somebody who seemingly doesn't agree with us at that moment. So I'm going to share a few slides and then maybe show a video of the work that we are doing. Can you please can you promote me for today?
Yes. So may I request technical team to kindly give the sharing rights? Please.
So the mission of Cities for Peace is we don't wait for violence. We look at our work as a management consultant. And our stakeholders are the mayors of different cities, the heads of organizations, the police chief of a city. And we work with that leader to design a solution, to design solutions that uplift the community and transform the narrative in the city. Like I said, peace is not just absence of conflict. It's an ability to manage that conflict in peaceful means. And this is where I think Dr. Karad and his vision, when I met him 2 years ago, we had this beautiful conversation, because this is what I believe in. My personal belief is that if the whole world is a home, then India has always been the prayer room. People have always come here for reflection, for transformation. In the recent past, Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg, just before that, few decades ago, Martin Luther King Jr. So that is the wisdom of India, I think, and that is where we need to package that wisdom into something that is meaningful, something that is practical, something that is tangible. And it cuts across boundaries. It cuts across boundaries of caste, culture, religion. And so with that belief, this is a little bit about the foundation, the Art of Living Foundation, and its sister organization, the International Association for Human Values. Our aim is to promote human values. So what are those human values? A sense of connectedness, a sense of respect, respect for human life, respect for the environment, an attitude of non-violence. And that starts in the mind. So that is where our programs are based on giving that mental clarity that, we are first of all part of a human race. And developing leaders with that inner capability is our core strength. This is my inspiration. This is the inspiration from millions of people around the world. But below that is a list of advisors. These are all people that believe in promoting peace, and they are from different walks of life, from both business, corporate life, academic life, foundations. And together, this is our theory of change. The theory of change is that when individuals are transformed, when individuals are given the goal, the tools for being mentally and socially well, the tools for being, connected with each other and happy, that individual will automatically bring about a change in the community, will automatically bring a change in the family, in the neighborhood. And then when harmonious communities will be the basis for a peaceful world. So this is our theory of change, the theory of change. And why do we need to go to the urban violence? We need to go to urban violence, especially now with the pandemic, because there are so many people that have been left unemployed, that have been left with emotional scars, loss of life, loss of health. So it has led to degradation of public health. It has led to, business has been hit very bad in several countries, communities. And whenever there is violence in a community, who would want to live there? So it compromises the livability of that area. So public health, public safety, and the urban challenges are different in different cities. So that is where we work with, like I said, stakeholders like the mayor of the town, the police executive, the people who make policies, and educational institutions like the World Peace University. Of course, they play a big role. This is the evidence-based individual impact. Like if you want to transform individuals, then you need to have the tools. You need to have the tools to manage our emotions. Because if we don't manage our emotions, violence starts at the mind and then it percolates in our speech. It then percolates in our actions. So that is where the Indian philosophy of nonviolence, or ahimsa, is focusing on how to handle our mind, so that when the mind is in a happy, serene state, then the speech will also be less violent. Actions will also be more peace-oriented. So this is some of the research done on the breathing exercise, Sudarshan Kriya, that we teach in our programs. As you can see, these are research institutions worldwide. And what they are showing is that a practice of 20 minutes of this breathing exercise can transform you. It can renew, not only help you in your personal health, but also manage your mental and emotional status. And basis that, we have now created a program, a certification program, where just being peaceful is not enough, right? So let's say somebody eats a banana every day, that person will also say, I feel good. So that peace is of no value. That peace will only be valuable if it is channelized to create that outer dynamism. So what we do, as you can see the testimonial here, this is my friend, student Andre Vickers. He's a former gang leader in Los Angeles. And by going through this program of about 2 months, he is now trained. I have trained him as a teacher of meditation, yoga practices, because he has the influence in his community that I will not have. But when he is trained and when he believes in this, he will go and train other people. So that is, the example that the theory of change, like when individuals are transformed, they will bring that inner well-being to their neighborhoods. I'm going to go a little forward because of time. This is the work that we have done in Los Angeles by bringing police officers and gang members together. This is the work we have done in schools by promoting mental well-being in the schools for the educators. Then we are doing these programs for police officers because, as you may have heard, there's a lot of, police violence, police brutality related violence. So by managing the mental health and well-being, the officer can also be reconnected to his purpose. So our programs are also now part of police trainings that we have done. And then the whole world went online. So this is where we all, as we know, we experienced this online presence, but the program still works. I'm going to show a video from this city called Pomona, which is about an hour from Los Angeles. And we were blessed to have two people in our event. One is the person who wrote the autobiography of Martin Luther King Jr. And then we also had Miss Ila Gandhi, Gandhiji's granddaughter, also participate. And then this is the portfolio that we have developed so far. We have done our work in many cities across the United States. And since most people here may be from India, whatever is done in America, people are usually interested in it. So that's where if somebody here in India or in any of the countries that are represented, we have already done this impact in America. So if you think there is a project that we can do in the city or community where you live, then we would be happy to collaborate with you. I'm going to show a small video before I end my talk.
A recent Associated Press
Can you
poll
hear
found
this
that
sound?
15% of Americans report being worse off after more than a year of the pandemic.
Various levels of lockdown have taken a toll on many people's health.
That shooting there in Southern California is just one of more than 7,000 gun deaths in the U.S. so far this year.
We had quite a few concerns in our town. There's a large number of families that are in crisis for various reasons, either through health, poverty, gangs, drugs, you name it.
COVID has lingered for so long, and we're looking at the implications of that for the mental health and well-being of this country.
It's really hard to help others sometimes when you can't even help yourself.
In the summer of 2020, amidst the pandemic and the social unrest, we were invited by the community of Pomona in California for our signature program, the Ambassadors of Peace certification. During this program, we trained various community leaders across Pomona in breathing and meditation exercises to heal from their trauma, manage their emotions, and promote social connectedness and environment.
One thing I never really paid attention, I kind of just took for granted, was breathing. I never stopped and thought about breath. But then someone asked me during this process, this Sky Breathing workshop, what happens when I get angry? So I made the connection with breath and violence. And what I realized is I can take 5 minutes out of the day. Somebody frustrates me or I get anxious and do a breathing exercise, and it changes the whole course of it.
Every emotion actually has with it a specific breathing pattern. Oftentimes when we are sad, our breath can be long and we sigh. When we are afraid, we stop breathing, or our breath becomes really quick and shallow. And so just as emotions affect our breathing patterns, we can use our breath to affect our emotions.
Another key aspect of the Ambassadors of Peace certification is the ripple effect that it creates. Participants were trained on leading a module on peace and nonviolence using breathing and meditation techniques that they were able to teach in their communities and organizations, thereby creating a wave of peace in Pomona.
The way Sky Breathing is training community members can really help us to become a community where we get ahead of the tide, ahead of the curve on mental health issues.
So we're teaching our parents, we're teaching our teachers, we're teaching our staff members, we're of course teaching our children, and now our community is engaged with us.
We know that change comes through people coming together around a vision, around an idea for a better society.
Now I can take it out and I can work with the population just like me. didn't know how to do anything because all they knew was violence. So today I get to do something different.
So let the games begin, as they say in the Netflix show. Peace games.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sri Mandar Apteji. I mean, if you can transform a gang leader into a servant of the society, I mean, that is the real transformation, I believe. Thank you so much for your wonderful, wonderful exhibition and telling the authentic way of transforming this society. May I now request Professor Dr. Archana Chowdhury, Head, School of Education, MIT WPU, to express the gratitude to Mandar Apteji.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mandar Apteji. Believe it or not, I'm still struggling to find the right words to properly describe how fantastic your address was. Thank you so much for delivering to such a remarkably outstanding presentation. So we are truly humbled by your talk on the given topic. The session was really very interesting and informative. This session has certainly benefited from your breadth of knowledge and depth of expertise. You rightly said, sir, that we take peace for granted. After the incidents, we start taking the actions. But peace is not absence of conflict, but it is ability to handle conflict by peaceful means, and meditation is the key for that. So what a fantastic thought that you have given over here, sir. So once again, I thank you very much for your participation and enlightening us on this topic, that is peace. Thank you so much again, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Archana Chowdhury. Thank you so much, Mandar Apteji. I'm looking forward to meditating with you in your life. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before I announce the next speaker, may I humbly request all the distinguished speakers for the paucity of time, and because the next session starts at 6 o'clock sharp, and so may I humbly request all the distinguished speakers, though we want to listen to you more and more, yet please kindly attach with the 12 minutes of allotted. Please stick to the time allotted. Thank you so much. And now I proceed ahead with our next honorable guest. He is Shri Mohanji. He is founder of the Mohanji International Foundation, Switzerland. He has a huge fan following, friends. Mohanji is a philanthropist and a humanitarian. He is the founder of Amacure, ACT Foundation, Mohanji Foundation, Himalayan School of Traditional Yoga, Dance, Language, Martial Arts, and World Consciousness Alliance. He has dedicated his life towards serving the world. He is a lover of humanity, believing humanity to be the best religion for humans. Humanity beyond all man-made barriers such as caste, creed, nationality, and culture. He is a non-conformist by nature. Mohanji avoids putting himself into frames and sees himself as a friend of the world, be it aiding the poor and helpless, empowering those in emotional or mental torment, guiding those seeking personal and spiritual development, caring for birds and animals, or caring for the environmental at large. Mohanji's nature radiates that of a loving mother, a best friend, a devoted family man, a lucid philosopher, and a loving guide, offering his help and assistance unconditionally. With this accolades, we are absolutely, very, very eager to listen to you, Honorable Mohanji. Over to you, sir, in the second session of the 7th World Parliament. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are mute, sir. Sir, please unmute.
Thank you very much for having me here. It's wonderful that I could participate in this and you invited me. Oneself. I think it's fundamentally that we are always making people, that is, people are created to chase something outside. That means to compete and compare. That completely loses our identity and value because we do not see ourselves. We do not see us. We see the world outside as a potential competition and a potential, through a potential comparison method where we completely annihilate our individuality. We are unique beings. And that uniqueness, one thing is enough to have world peace. That understanding, that stability, because there is nobody like us in the world. We all have the same potential. We are really powerful and we have a value. We have a space. We have a value. That particular thing is completely eclipsed. Most education things, or whatever education we are having in the world now, they are all connected to either body level or mind matter level. Mind, intellect, or ego in this level. We are not even moving to the pranic layer. Then when people learn to hyperventilate pranayams, they immediately feel a shift. Even to that level, it's not trained in schools, in colleges. Of course, there are particular pockets where teachers are teaching these methods. But apart from that, until yoga came into United Nations, yoga was not really going into the grassroots level. Yoga is a thing which unites. So I always feel the fundamental to have peace is to connect oneself with oneself. I always tell people, there is one book you must read in this lifetime, which is called You. If you do not read yourself, if you do not connect with yourself, if you do not understand yourself, accept yourself, respect yourself, you cannot respect the world. We're coming from a system. Right now, I'm talking from Turkey. We're having programs here. And a lot of people are coming forward with respect. Where is it coming from? That's because we have a treasure. We are sitting on a treasure. We have great value system, respect. We have a system where we don't have to compete with people or compete with any system. So we have something to deliver to this world. We do. And that has to happen from ourselves, fundamentally through acceptance. We have to bring people from the body level, the pleasure aspect, which gives pressure eventually, pressured for pleasure, to that level where we can feel ourselves. The point is feeling. When you start feeling ourselves, we start feeling life. We have to feel life. The language of the soul is feeling, like the language of the body. Language of the body, like hunger is a feeling, thirst is a feeling. Like that, the language of the soul is feeling. And to attain that feeling, you need to attain silence within. Means less thoughts, less activities within. When we bring people to that level, they immediately transform the world around us. It's like an unlit lamp inside. The moment light happens, the whole thing changes. And this potential sits with everybody. And there are meditations and there are things, but I always feel that we should not teach people meditation. Instead, we should give the rope so that meditation happens in them. Because individualistically, they have to connect to themselves. So for example, once they detach from senses, slowly by observing activity, that's what I tell the people, and there's a great effect there. It starts from the food habits and what you consume into the mind, the emotion aspect, what you consume through the brain, the intelligence, that is the information aspect. So what you consume in the brain information, we have to regulate it. I don't believe in controls, because when you say control, there is always a denial, suppression, etc. And when you suppress something for a long time, we chase that thing, and that will not give us any peace. We must look at it and say, okay, that's not my cup of tea. I'm a human being, and just because I'm a human being, the whole consequence of my actions can affect the entire earth as a human being. No other beings have that issue, that problem. So we have to be responsible, and we have to act responsibly, consume responsibly, and we have to be very, very clear about our position in here. We should walk this earth without harming this earth. So ahimsa is one of the basic fundamental thing for stability, which brings peace. Ahimsa has to be trained from school level. And I feel that we should have awards and recognitions for practicing ahimsa, that is opposite of sadism and other things. Secondly, while we practice ahimsa, we should also learn to share. I saw that happening during the tsunami time. Probably some of you remember that. It was in the news. When the tsunami hit Japan last time, big tsunami, the water entered the cities. The salt water entered the cities so fast that they could not have drinking water much. And small children, 5-year-old, 6-year-old children who had carried bottled water to their schools, they shared with the rescue team and people, and they saved it and shared. So that quality, the quality of sharing, the ability to share has to be taught from school levels. And that will eventually bring, when we start looking at the world as a responsibility instead of rights, there will be transformation. We are now looking at rights. Everywhere you look, we are only talking about rights, human rights, this right, that, oh, so many rights. Being right, we don't talk. We have to talk about being right. And being right simply means being responsible. It's not about what we can take from earth. It's about what we can give to earth. Right now, yesterday, we were planting about 100 fruit-bearing trees in villages, in suburbs of Turkey. That is for the future. We're planting so many of trees in America and various countries. That's to give fruits to the world, because we may die someday. In the days ahead, we may not be here. But these trees will still give fruits to earth. We must help the earth. We must cultivate this idea that we have to do something to the earth, give something positive to the earth. And with our life, we have to show it. Only through life. If we mean it, we must show it with our life. If our conviction should be expressed consistently. And through sharing, through being responsible. And when people see that we are responsible, so many things change in life. And we were talking about calamities on the road. Look at the world now. Many things are happening because people do not respect each other. And the right is more than responsibility. Everywhere it's talking about rights, fighting against system, the activism, quite a lot of things which are only creating more and more dilemma and separation. Instead, what I feel is that we have to be part of the system. We should be, this is Mahatma Gandhi's teachings as well, which is to be remembered now. Yesterday was his birth anniversary. So when we are part of the system and we live our life with conviction, without expectation is very important. When we expect too much from the world, we do not become natural. We become unnatural. We try to pretend. We should not pretend. We should live our life. People may like it or dislike it. That's not the point here. The point is that we consistently deliver our conviction, and that will transform the world. I use the word transform because that's the best you can give to this world with our life. I think I'm overstepping on the time. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I wish this function and all the people.
Sir, you still have 3 minutes, 50 seconds. You can see the clock there in the bottom.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So my point is that we must bring to the world the idea of responsibility as a human being, because human beings have the highest, we are supposed to be having the highest refinement. Our refinement should be expressed through our compassion, kindness, selflessness, unconditional love, sharing, caring, non-violence, and these kind of principles. And we should stay clear of anger, hatred, jealousy, greed, the kama, krodha, lobha, moha, mada, matsarya kind of stuff. That binds us. Those emotions binds us, while the levitational aspects like compassion, kindness, selflessness, they elevate us. So this taste has to be given to people through incentives or through various kinds of various trainings, so that the world will become a better place. I think we all have a great responsibility here, and we can do it together. Thank you very much once again. I really appreciate bringing me here, and I wish this function a great success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mohanji. I just wanted to point out that your name also resembles with the great legendary, the great philosopher and the apostle of peace, whose birth anniversary we have celebrated yesterday, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhiji and Mohanji. So thank you so much, and thank you for that eloquent speech. And for the expression of gratitude to you, I request Dr. Shruti Nigudkar, Head of School of Photography, MIT WPU School of Visual Arts, Fine Arts. Over to you, Dr. Shruti Nigudkar.
Our institution and professor Vishwanath Karad sir and respected Shri Rahul B. Karad sir, who is carrying the light of peace and harmony, the light ignited by science and spirituality, by education. As Executive President of MIT World Peace University, I thank you, Mohanji sir, for your valuable time here. We, the organizers of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, are indeed honored to have you here. You said that peace begins with ourselves, and I feel that this conference will be definitely considered successful if we who are attending here start from ourselves from this point of time towards this initiative a little more consciously, because we are definitely wanting peace, but consciously achieving it would take us a long way. Let us feel ourselves, you said. And I feel that, your thoughts about considering not only humans, but considering the animals, planets, the entire earth is extremely inspiring, sir. I assure you that all our attendees are as inspired by your talk as I am. And I want to thank you once again for your valuable words and time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shrutiji. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Love to all of you.
Milind Patreji, if you give me a 1 minute.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Mohanji, we would like to invite you to our World Peace Dome. Maybe whenever we will be smoothened down our operations. It's a standing invitation to you to visit our World Peace Dome, the very unique concept by our Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, and looking forward to have your followers and your program at World Peace Dome. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll work that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohanji, Dr. Milind Pandeyji, Dr. Shruti Nigudkarji. Thank you so much, and looking forward to listening and meeting you and meditating with you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Sadia Mahmood, who is a Fulbright Scholar in Residence program, Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, Pakistan. Dr. Mahmood's research interests lie at the intersection of religion, region, minorities, and nation states in modern South Asia. Currently, she teaches at Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. Besides other academic projects, she is working on a monograph titled Pakistani Hindus Making a Post-Colonial Minority from 1947 to 1971. So may I request humbly Dr. Sadia Mahmood to express her views in the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patre. I'm grateful to MIT World Peace University, Pune, India, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm an assistant professor at Quaid-e-Azam University here in Islamabad. I'm an academic. I am not a practitioner of peace as my previous two panelists are. I would like to thank Apteji and Mohanji for their valuable thoughts, extremely valuable thoughts towards this topic. I am not going to offer a definition of peace as practitioners of peace or academics or scholars who are working on peace and conflict provide, and they always end up complicating the concept and telling us that we do not have an agreed upon definition of peace. So whether you call it absence of conflict, absence of violence, and then you have to explain what violence is and what kind of violence is legitimate and what kind of violence is illegitimate, who can commit the violence and who cannot commit the violence. So going into a theoretical debate is, I cannot settle a definition or problems of theories in 12 minutes. So I'm going to skip and not offer a definition of peace. But peace is certainly more than absence of war, absence of conflict. And it plays an important role in our lives. That is why it is a utopia that we want to pursue. We want to have peace. We want to end the conflicts around us. What can bring that kind of peace? What can bring that kind of existence around us? What kind of society can be called a peaceful society? Now, the academics, scholars, they list a number of things in order to achieve that kind of society. So they would tell us that we need to have justice, we need to have law and order and government and equality, and so on and so forth in our societies. Although I cannot offer a definition of peace here, but I can certainly tell you that peace is linked to how we exercise power. Power on those who are lesser in power than us, whether they're minorities, whether they're gendered minorities, whether they're communities that are different in religion, whether they're people whose ethnicity is different from us, so forth, and so on, right? So there are a lot of people whom we can describe as people who are not equal to us in the structures of power. A scholar of peace and conflict would tell us to restructure and reorganize the human society or societies in order to bring peace. Now, I also know that restructuring a society is a very difficult task. It might take centuries to switch to another system that we have today, right? So I'm also not going to present that solution that we should get rid of this, and how should we bring equality and all that, because somehow the world, the practical world, does not work that way. Can we reduce hunger from the world? I mean, look at all the technology, all the science that we have, and the kind of pesticides we have, the kind of machines that we have. We can produce huge quantity of grains within matters of hours, right? But we still cannot reduce poverty from the very village that produces grain for the people. Okay. Now, can we get rid of capitalism? It is not the matter of this conference or this program. So restructuring and reorganizing the society is a very difficult task at hand. So I am not going to talk about that. Now, we definitely want peace in and around us. We can talk about external peace and internal peace. We all have our traumas. We all have suffered this kind of violence or that kind of violence, either from our bosses or from people around us. We want to have blissful lives. And how do we achieve that? For that, we certainly need some kind of wisdom, a collective wisdom that brings us together, or that at least educates people about how to get some kind of ideal state of life, or how to achieve a balanced way of living. Now that wisdom, we also know, we cannot get it from books, we cannot get it from going to schools, we cannot learn it from teachers, right? We only learn through our experiences. So this is where I'm inspired by MIT World Peace University's motto of achieving a holistic peace. How do we achieve a state of existence where we do not only have external peace, rather we have peace within and peace around us. And this is where I'm going to refer to my previous panelist, Mohanji, who beautifully pointed out the importance of responsibility. We talk about our rights. We talk about what we need to get. So if peace is our right, then we have to show responsible attitude towards attaining and maintaining peace. The conflict, the violence is not going to vanish from the world. It will stay. But how do we balance our lives in different realms that we function in, whether it is political, economic, personal? That is my request to teachers out there who can influence people, community members, to dish out that wisdom to people. I think awareness is the only way forward. If we are aware of how important peace is, and the region that we live in has been facing a lot of conflicts for past many years, for past many decades. Do people want to continue living in the state of conflict? Ask people who come from conflict-ridden areas, conflict zones, who have witnessed wars, who have sold their daughters for a sack of flour, a sack of wheat flour. Those people are aware of the importance of peace. So this is our responsibility, who are privileged, who can afford to come and speak on forums like this one, to act more responsibly and redefine our politics of power. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Professor Dr. Sadia Mahmood. Thank you so much. And Sadia ji, I just wanted to share with you that in our Upanishads, the quotation is that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole earth is one family. This is mine, that is yours, is a very petty way of people in seeing in the reality. And for those with noble consciousness, the whole earth is one family. So that's what probably you were referring to when we're talking about responsibility, about awareness, alertness, and that is the only way so that we can understand our responsibility and do the things. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Sadia Mahmood, for coming. And for the expression of gratitude to you, Honorable Professor Dr. Sadia Mahmood, may I request Dr. Samit Khandeparkar, Assistant Director, MIT World Peace University, Pune, for expression of gratitude. Dr.
Namaskar. Dr. Sadia Mahmood, your presentation is such a wonderful presentation that I really deeply forward to you the gratitude from my organization MIT, its leader, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Kararji, and our mentor Rahul Kararji. On their behalf, I take this opportunity to really discuss for a moment what you said in last few minutes. Your idea that people who are minor, people who are weak in our society, and people who have power, should have more considerate attitude or understanding of how they exercise power on people who are marginalized in our society. It's the argument that from Mohanji, which you took forward, that we have to be responsible. It's not just about our rights. These are very deep and transformative ideas, which I am very pleasantly surprised that you really shared and thought on. Again, on behalf of my organization and the rest of the entire organization and our participants who are at the moment 1,600 people who are logged in and listen to you, I thank you for these great ideas coming from the other side of the border from Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And just let me clarify that this 1,600 plus is only on this Zoom platform. There are many other platforms, Facebook, YouTube. There are many, many, many people they have logged in. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Sadia Mahmood, Professor Dr. Samit Khandeparkar. Thank you so much. And now moving forward, I'm taking very much delight in introducing our next guest speaker, Shri Yogesh Joshi ji. He is Associate VP, Program Delivery and Product Management, Causeway Technology, London, UK. He is on a mission to deliver fit for purpose and easy to use technology solutions for the greater construction community across the globe. An astute product and project management professional with 2 decades of global experience across USA, UAE, Middle East, UK, and India. And he has provided leadership in product planning, development, and delivery of technology solutions for engineering, construction, and manufacturing industry. Unique experience and skill set with engineering project management and software development lifestyle and peace lifestyle as well. So may I request our honorable guest, Yogesh Joshi ji, to please enlighten us with your guidance. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible to you?
Yes, please, sir.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I am not sure if I'm worthy of all that praise, but I will begin my address with this humble prayer. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. On this occasion of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy, we have gathered here to enforce our commitment and efforts towards the establishment of peace and humanity. I most humbly like to say namaste and warm greetings to all of you and Honorable Dr. Karad, the organizing committee, the respected chief guests, the honorary members, delegates, panelists from across the globe, all the attendees and audience from across the globe. Please accept my warm greetings. Now, over the last 2 days, we have heard some really passionate, inspirational, inspiring views and propositions of the establishment of peace. And this conference and this mission is devoted to the peace for humanity, is very aptly hosted on this birth anniversary of Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi, whose life and, as we know, is a great example of living and practicing the ideas and principles of non-violence, service, and peace. I would like to take the opportunity to share my views based on my experience across the globe of over 2 decades and also practicing certain principles and my conviction and beliefs. Now, every speaker here has basically raised this point. How do we define peace? Where do we find it? I want to ask a question. Can we shape something which we cannot see, we cannot touch, we cannot quantify, or we cannot even comprehend? So how do we do this? Now, peace is obviously an internal, intrinsic aspect of the human lives. It has to be found within. It's not outside. You cannot buy the peace. You cannot create a peace, but you have to realize. You have to experience. You have to feel within your inner being, within your inner core, your character, your day-to-day actions, your life. It's definitely not a top-down policy matter. It's not a strategy to be implemented. Now, to me, there are two aspects to the idea of establishment of the peace and shaping the peace. One is, which I believe is a supporting system and a social framework and operational infrastructure. I'm using these words very carefully, wherein the growth and prosperity of the humans is achieved by maintaining equilibrium of fundamental values, equal rights for all, which will ultimately lead to the peace. Second aspect to me is at a very individual level, which some of our speakers have spoken. But to me, there is a very definite focus which is required, which is practicing the principles of self-regulation, discipline, adjustment of our complexes, so we can have a harmonious coexistence with the surrounding. Now, interestingly, let me give you an example of the first aspect. So when I was a project manager on one of the construction projects, it was a joint venture constructing a toll road between the border of San Diego and Mexico. We ran into a situation where there was a endangered bird species, and it actually visited our site and laid eggs. As you know, the environmental laws and environmental policy is very strict, and we were asked to shut down the project. So it was for over a period of 3 months, and we had to comply. Now, it obviously had a major impact on the time scales, the cost, even a bigger impact to all the financial, investors. As a project manager, what I proposed, I said, why don't we take this opportunity as a community outreach and, perhaps create a positive impact for our joint venture as well as for the community. So my team engaged, with the residents of the nearby area, the local governing councils, the local community bodies, to inform them about the steps we were taking, to protect that particular bird, to protect the environment, follow the guidelines and regulations. As a result, what happened was, we were seen as the contractors not interested in making money, but who were willing to commit for a sustainable growth and development, who were willing to protect the environment. It actually made a positive impact to our brand value for many years to come. And interestingly, the community members, some of whom those were opposing the project, actually started to talk positive aspects of the project and our business. So obviously, this was possible, as I said, because there was a framework and a supporting system for us to pursue and implement our approach. So no bad praise, no demonstrations, no legal battles. In fact, I think the value that we gained by the completion of that project for the community, for the business, clearly far exceeded the cost that we had to bear for those 3 months. So again, to me, peace has to be achieved as part of a human being, as a commitment. It is a qualitative, it's not quantitative. The second example, which is probably in a nearby region of India, is in the Middle East and Dubai. So I was working there, on the Dubai and Abu Dhabi airport projects. And one morning, wake up and I see roughly about 50 to 100 villas or bungalows were being teared down overnight. It was a sight, was a bit of a shocking. And I asked one of my colleagues, who was from a local Arab community, I said, oh, how this could happen? Are you guys okay? Are you guys not upset or angry? And the reply I got was not only an eye-opener, but it was inspirational. You know what he said? He said, our leader, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed of UAE, and his team contacted us in advance, requesting us to cooperate, as this particular site was meant for Dubai metro construction, where the metro lines would pass through. He said to me, there is nothing more important for us than the vision and leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed. who has worked tirelessly to put our nation on the world map as a place of great importance. I'm sure we all agree with that. Now, he said, how can we progress if the nation and the leaders are not allowed to progress? So this community was not only compensated, but with the material and bungalows by by the leadership. This community was actually taken into the confidence, and they became a part of something great. So one may interpret both these examples in a different way. The fact remains that despite these two examples, or events being seen from outside as a matter of conflict, it actually turned out to be a matter of great pride for those who were involved and for the communities. So as a result, actually it created an environment of peace and harmony. Now, this again highlights the peace and harmony cannot exist in isolation of the environment. It can only sustain along with the environment. We are human beings, we are social, and we coexist with the environment. And there is a lot of now talk, over last 1.5 years with, the COVID, that, how we should be very responsible even towards our environment. Now, having said all of this, even the greatest powers, there is still a lot of conflict, a lot of disruptions, a lot of anti-humanity activities we see happen all around us. Despite the science and technology having made significant advances in every aspect, having the world connected on a click of a button, as we say, there are still that conflicts, very fundamental, which impact the human values, impact the rights and equalities and the freedom. Sectarian conflict, geographical, international, economical conflicts, all kinds. So why is this? We have so many talented researchers, scholars, teachers, all the resources at our disposals. We have successful leaders. We have parents who can pay for their children today, for a top-class education. Still, despite all of this, we do see there is quite a bit of discord in various sections of the society. This brings me to my second aspect of the piece, which to me as a very individual level. So apart from my, the project management and the product management, what I have been associated over last 40 years, and I've been very fortunate because this association I inherited from my parents, and I will get to that. But I want to stress this point that at the very core of all these conflicts is a human being and a human mind. Now, when the individual's desires, passions, aspirations are treated above everyone else and everything else, and they are uncontrolled, I think this invites the conflicts, isn't it? So let's talk about religion and philosophies. At the core of any ism, to me, is an existence. Whatever ism, ideology, or philosophy one may follow, if it does not protect your existence and nurture the growth, that ism will not last. And history has that's proven already. Now, so in the essence of this ism of dharma or religion is ever the same for all, which is to nurture and nourish the existence, so as to attain the eternal evolution, to attain the peace and to attain the harmony, to attain the evolution of the human being. Again, there are two aspects of dharma. One is discrete, one is divine. Now, divine aspects really means, the prime laws of the nature that nurture our instincts, the being and becoming of human being, the prime laws such as worship of God, attachment to Guru, ideal, devotion, purity of diet, right deeds, right character, right speech, all of that. Discrete aspects deal with the religious rites, the rituals, the customs, the ceremonies. Now, I think we all agree that we are all still stuck with the conflict is around these discrete aspects because we all have interpretations. There is a variation. So we rather need to, therefore, we seem to have forgot the focus is the divine aspect and not the discrete aspect, because that will vary for individuals. Divine aspect, the prime laws of life, they are timeless. They are same for individuals, regardless of your time, place, circumstances. So unless we align, to these divine aspects, unless we practice and propagate, how can we experience peace within, right? And only if there is a peace within, then I can think about peace in a family, peace in the neighborhood, peace in the society, peace at a national level, and then perhaps we can talk about peace at an international level. So coming back to the point, I said, I am very humbled. I'm very proud to say that over the last 40 years, I have associated myself with a community we call a community of lovers of existence. These are not 100 and 1,000 people. These are 40 to 50 million across the globe, practicing the principles of life and growth, being and becoming, regardless of their origin, caste, nationality, everything. This community is called Satsang, and its founder is Sri Sri Thakur Ankul Chandra. I'm part of this community as well. And as I said, we practice the ideology of convergence, not conversion. This is very important because Sri Sri Thakur said, I want you to be a best Christian, a best Muslim, a best Hindu, as far as possible you can be. What a wonderful idea, you know. And for Satsang community, I can say peace is no more a target, no more a goal. We feel it within. We already feel that we have achieved peace for ourselves. And therefore, now we can try to, you know, help shape the peace for our community. I'm proud to say this community of 40 to 50 million includes everything from everybody across the globe. Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Isais, you name it, they all are there. You can find out more about them, you know, at satsanga.org.in. But since we have gathered, what a coincidence. Our occasion is, you know, we have gathered here on the occasion of the birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhiji. And for those of you who do not know, Mahatma Ji actually visited Sri Sri Thakur and many other dignitaries, personality, Lal Bahadur Shastri, Shama Prasad Mukherjee, parents of Netaji Bose, all of them visited Sri Sri Thakur to seek his guidance, to seek his views on everything. And this has been published even, you know, in the Young India back in the 1930s and 40s. His ideology and principle, which I'm talking about, is very simple. It's about adjustment of complexes, you know, like what we call is a Shad Vikar, Lobha, Kama, Moksha, all of that. And it's not about, you know, being disconnected. It's not about forsaking anything. It's not about elimination. We cannot. If we try to eliminate all these qualities which are part of us, we will become like a dead wood. They have to be in equilibrium. They have to be balanced. And how can you balance that? Well, there is a verse in a Gita, which all of us, I'm sure, we prescribe to. And that verse says, Nasti buddhira yuktasya, na cha yuktasya bhavana, na cha bhar yataha shantihi, ashantasya kuta sukham. One who is not transcendental conscious can have neither a controlled mind nor any steady intelligence. Now, without which there is no possibility of peace. How can there be any happiness without the peace? So what we need is
just please finish in 1 minute.
Thank you, I'm just concluding. So what we need is attachment to a living ideal, and what I mean by that is a personality in whom the Ishwar Tattva is alive, a godly character is alive. So when the man worships his ideal, you know, in his active habit, in a behavior, in a conduct, his love for the ideal will grow, and then he will be able to, you know, balance his sensitivity and his receptivity to bring around the peace. I just want to conclude by two incidents, if you allow me. One is, which falls in line with what I just said, is a famous speech by Dr. Abdul Kalam, the great president of India, back in 2007. And I quote, where there is a righteousness in the heart, there is a beauty in character. Where there is a beauty in character, there is a harmony at home. When there is a harmony at home, there is order in nation. When there is an order in nation, there is a peace in the world. How can you have a righteous heart? It all starts with the individual having ability to balance his complexes and be above the complex. And then I would like to conclude a very fundamental definition from the book Satyan, with a reference to this definition from the book Satyanusaran written by Sri Sri Thakur. It says, stay of all existence is dharma, religion, and he is the supreme fulfiller. Dharma can never be many. It is always one. There is no variety of it. Views can be different, as many as people are. Dharma cannot be many. In my opinion, he says, to speak of Hindu Dharma, Christian, Mohammedan, Buddhist is wrong. There are rather so many views. In fact, there is no opposition in different views. They just have the same way, feeling of one in many. Each faith is for the expansion. That can be in many forms. As is gained by the expansion, so much we realize, so much is the wisdom, and wisdom will ultimately bring the peace. With that, with folded hands, I like to pray for the peace and prosperity of everybody involved, all the humanity across. And again, thank you and thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my views. If I have mistaken, if I have spoken anything incorrect, please forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sri Yogesh Ji. Thank you so much. And our revered founder, Professor Dr. Karad sir, always guides us. He tells us that dharma is nothing but to perform one's duty towards mother, father, nature, the nation, and the whole world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So thank you so much for echoing the same feeling. May I now request the head of the Faculty of Law, Dr. Purnima Inamdar, to please express the expression of gratitude for Yogesh Joshi.
Thank you, Dr. Patre. Prathame najita vidya, dvitiye najitam dhanam, tritiye najitam punyam, chaturthe kim karishasi. Today, my words are not enough to express gratitude to our guest of honor, Shri Mr. Yogesh Joshi, who graced us with his thought-provoking address and set a perfect platform for our university. Sir, your idea of realization of peace has indeed given us the pathway to shape peace leading to equality. Once again, thank you very much on behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, for such a mesmerizing session. Thank you once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Purnima Inamdar. Thank you, Mr. Yogesh Joshi ji. Looking forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much. And now, friends, we are moving to a very important, listening to a very important dignitary. We have got today with us Dr. Anas Amayta Kul. He is chairman of Sharia Advisory Council, Islamic Bank of Thailand, and he is professor, Mahidol University, Thailand. Let me talk about the gigantic, the nature of this man's life and achievement. Dr. Anas Amayta Kul is a retired professor in religions and development and comparative religion at the Department of Humanities, Faculty of Social Sciences, Mahidol University. He used to be the chairman of the Sharia Advisory Council, Islamic Bank of Thailand. Dr. Anas Amayta Kul is an expert in Arabic language and Arabic literature, Islamic law, that is Sharia, Islamic history, Islamic culture, Islam civilization, as well as Eastern and Western civilization. Dr. Anas has research experiences on the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, popularly known as OIC, and the Muslim world, including activities of the OIC Chamber of Commerce. He also has done the research on comparative education between Thailand and Malaysia and the higher educations of the Republic of India. He used to be the head of the Department of General Education and the Dean of Faculty of Arts, St. John's University, before becoming to be a full-time lecturer at Mahidol University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with applause Dr. Anas Amayta Kul from the Professor Mahidol University, Thailand. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are mute, sir. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm considered to be very honored to be invited by MIT and World Peace University to express my view concerning the Islamic framework of peace as well as peace building according to the teaching of Islam. And also I find some very difficulties to talk on behalf of this topic because of that the Muslim world fall into many problems as well as conflicts. But anyhow, we have to realize that the Muslim world that fall into the conditions of conflicts and war-torn in many regions of the Muslim world perhaps resulted to the ignorance of peoples to their Islamic teachings or to their Islamic dharma. So I'm very glad to learn about your activities to promote the true knowledge of dharma, which is the international, which is belong to each and every one of our human society. So in Islam or in Islamic teaching, there are so many Quranic verses that refers to the term peace as well as to the establishment of peace in the human society. So I may quote one from the Noble Quran that Allah said that huwa Allahu alladhi la ilaha illahu al-malikul qudusus salamun mu'minun muhaiminul azizun jabbarun mutakabbir subhanallahi amma yushrikun. It means that Allah says in his revelation to Prophet Muhammad that he is Allah, the sovereign Lord, the Holy One, the source of peace and perfection, the guardians of faith, the preservers of safety, the exalted in might, the irresistible, the supreme glory to Allah, that above what they associate. So here is just one example of the reference to peace according to the teaching of Islam. So peace, whether comes in the term and as appear as the word salam. Yeah. And salam also one attribute of Allah, one out of 99 attributions of Allah. So salam or other terminology, salim, or another one, sulh, etc., that comes in the Quran. So that all these terms suggest that peace together with justice. So according to the Islamic dharma or Islamic teaching, it's not only simply the term peace, but peace must go along together with justice. So this requires the human society to restore two things. One thing is to struggle to establish peace, as well as also to establish and make their best effort to secure justice in their own society. And I think this is very difficult. Very difficult in terms that if they allow ignorance to remain, if they allow ignorance to exist in their societies or in their human society, then we may discuss how to get rid of ignorance. But the best thing and the most simple things is to spread the religious dharma, the religious teachings. And I'm very happy that all of you attach to the religious dharma, and all of you also struggle to spread the religious dharma to the human society. And this is very, very good news that we work together. Okay. Then, so such is the example of peace available in the Quran. So, as also in another verse of the Noble Quran, that indeed Allah command you to render trust to whom they are due, and when you judge between people, to judge with justice. Excellent is that which Allah instructs you. Indeed, Allah is ever hearing and seeing. So in another verse of the Quran, Allah commands the faithful, the believers, to render trust to whom they are due. So I think this is another source of the cultivations of peace in their own society. So looking to Muslim world, to the Muslim Islamic society in many parts of the world, one great mistake is that the Muslim in some particular areas render trust to whom they are not due to receive such responsibilities. And this, as I mentioned earlier, that we have to spread the dharma. So for us, for me, the Islamic dharma, and get rid of ignorance among them. So we can enable people in any regions of the globe to render trust to whom they are due. And this will be early steps or first few steps for the implementation and establishment of peace in any particular society, as well as to judge between people with justice. Okay. So these references make it clear that peace in Islam is not limited to a negative understanding of peace that is often defined in a passive sense as the absence of war. Okay, I'm very happy to hear from many other speakers about the same thing, that peace does not mean only absence of conflicts and war, or oppression, or absence of oppressions or tyranny, but it refers to a process. So this procession is very important. Just like your university and organization that undergo this process, in which human beings strive to establish foundations of interacting with God's creation. So with God's creation, whether humans and non-human alike in harmony, and institute just a just social, economic, and political structures where they can fulfill their potential. Just like for me, the Thai government allow us to establish an Islamic bank in order to provide a just monetary system and banking system to the Muslim population, as well as non-Muslim population also use the benefit of and services of the bank, of the Islamic bank. So here this only require a condition of both internal. So many other speakers also talk that we have to focus to our internal and external order that encompass both individual and social spheres. Then so private sphere is the most important. So individual is the most important. Just like in Islamic teaching also teach us to refuse our own self and also disregard what we do for our own self. Then to conclude that we have to spread the teaching, the Islamic teachings of that honor pluralism among peoples in the globe, as well as to honor and respect the diversities, and also human solidarity. All this through the Islamic teaching, as well as the term universalities also, and dignity and sacredness of humanity through principles of fitrah, or through principle of the original natures of human being. Then the last of my word is that the transformation of relationships and humanizations through the principles of Rahman as well as Rahim. Okay, that or compassion and mercy, which is the two significant attributions of Allah, Rahman and Rahim. So Rahman and Rahim are invoked by every Muslims before they take any action when they recite Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. That we begin in the name of Allah, who is compassionate and merciful, as a reminder that action must be dedicated to God. So thank you very much for your kind invite me to talk in this Dharmic gathering and this struggle to establishment and as well as restore peace in our global society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Anas Antaitul. Thank you very much. And we hope and we pray that your message reaches to wide and far to many, many people across the peace and harmony of the entire society in the world. Thank you so much. And to express gratitude to you, sir, may I request now Dr. Professor Anurag Verma, the program head, School of Media and Journalism, for expression of gratitude.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patrick. Respected Sri Anas Antaitul, respected Sri Rahul Karatji, and Honorable Vishwanath Karat sir, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to express my gratitude. Sir, you rightly said that the way peace must go along with justice, and without justice there is no peace, right? And to achieve our inner and outer peace, we must focus on the justice part. Right. So thank you so much for this wonderful session and thoughtful session. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Anurag Verma and Dr. Anas Antaitul. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you. And now, there is a very special edition in this session. In fact, we can say from this session. There are student peace ambassadors. And today we are going to listen from two young peace ambassadors, student peace ambassadors. So let's go to first Ms. Shri Shah. She is a final year mechanical engineering student of MIT World Peace University, a defense aspirant with keen interest in management, cricket, spirituality, and social work. So may I now request Ms. Shri Shah to express her views on the theme of this session, Shaping Peace Together.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for having me here. Namaste to one and all present here. To me, peace begins with oneself. I believe in practicing peace and setting an example and influencing people. I also believe that discipline, determination, and dedication are crucial to become a successful person in life, and these values should be implanted from the childhood. My definition of successful life is not about lavish lifestyle. To me, becoming successful is such that I make a difference in the society by making it a better place to live in. I'll be satisfied to have a normal bank balance because what matters to me is the blessing and the karma balance. I've been following a 5 a.m. routine in the past 40 days. I'm a part of Share and Grow Foundation that believes in We Share, We Grow, wherein we wake up by 5 a.m., we meditate, we perform yoga, pranayam, and exercises for mental and physical fitness. We maintain journals, read books, or listen to podcasts as well. We have been observing 7 minutes of stillness each day, which has led to stability in our minds. Now that I feel more confident, I have experienced a sense of achievement and contentment. We meet on Sundays and we discuss about the previous week. Our motive is to maintain good mental health and physical health. I've also nurtured a hobby of gardening and I visit places of worship with garlands each morning, thanking God for a new dawn. I greet elderly people, seek their blessings, spend time with them each morning, and I learn a lot of values from them. I share a lot of smiles on the way, and one such smile I got was from today morning. I was called upon by a grandpa to come and worship with him. I was seeking for a person today who'll call me to worship. And to my surprise, I had nothing to offer this morning. But uncle called me and I got to worship God this morning as well. shopping from local vendors, getting smile on their faces. And at times I'm low or angry when I'm leaving from home to go to the places of worship. But my heart is filled with pomp and I get calm by the time I join hands to pray. In addition to this, I'm a member of Serene Minds, a student wing for peace studies. We students, along with Madhu ma'am, Venkamandar Ayachat sir, and Kavita ma'am, have a discussion over various topics globally. And it is followed by heartfulness meditation guided by Pooja ma'am. Also, I'm a member of SWE and cultural team, striving to achieve STEM goals and continuing the legacy of art and culture and preserving all our rituals and the preachings from our elderly ancient times. I try to incorporate and practice UN SDGs on a personal level and make efforts to spread it across. All I wish to do is to make a difference in single person's life, and I'm happy by doing it each day, each morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shri Shah. Thank you so much. What a message. Going to temple for gratitude, for expressing gratitude and not for asking anything in return. That's a superb message, Shri Shah, for others. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. And our second student peace ambassador for the day is Mr. Manish Yadav. Mr. Manish is a BTech computer science engineering student having passion of solving real world use cases through software professionally and resolving real life situations of people and of the nation analytically. So welcome, Mr. Manish. Please express your mind on the theme, shaping peace together.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Milind sir, for having me here. So starting with a quote by a Nobel Peace Prize winner, Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, that India may be a land of hundreds of problems, but it is also a land with a billion of solutions. So today, I will be talking about an initiative that I have started named Solutions to India. It's basically an Instagram page where I just, everywhere we go, we just hear about problems and problems. We hear people whining about problems, but no one is talking about the solutions. So on this page, at this platform, I promote the solutions to different problems. For example, like we see beggars all the time at any traffic spots, or when we travel through a train, we see beggars sweeping the floors and asking for money. Some people refrain from giving them money because they think that they will spend this money on different things like getting a liquor or buying a cigarette or something. That's not good. So to resolve this problem, there's one solution that was advertised, that is starting a food cart. A food cart, just giving it to a beggar, the beggar can replace this food cart by having a food and hence solving the food crisis among beggars. So like this, there can be solution for all the different problems that we face in our day-to-day life. So at this platform, we share these kind of things. And the thing is, like, I am a follower of 7 spiritual laws, in which we get a law named law of least efforts. So it starts basically from accepting the problems that we have and then dealing with it. So that's basically what we do. Now, the thing is, a second thing that we do on this platform is making aware people of their individual responsibility. People talk that there's garbage here and there and anything else, that the laws are not enforced properly and all. So we do not get anything regarding this complaints or anything like that. So the thing is that we have to start at an individual level. Stop like spreading litter here and where. Start enforcing the laws properly at an individual level. Through this, if we follow it correctly at an individual level, we can grow from individual to a societal level, from societal to a community, and if all goes very well, the community will become a nationwide practice in our country. So the thing is that, and the last thing that we follow at this page, that is Solutions to India, is like giving us a forum to share our problems. So there's a quote by an American actor that we learn from each other, we learn from others' mistakes, we learn from others' experience and their wisdom. It makes it easier for us to come to better decisions in our lives. So basically, people share the problems in a common forum. You know, if each and
Thank
every
you, Manish.
people.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you so much, Manish. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Manish. Thank you that instead of being a part of the problem, the young generation is becoming the part of the solution, in fact. And that's a really, a very hopeful situation for the community. Thank you so much. Before we proceed ahead, I just would like to request everyone that the technical team has shared the feedback link. And we request everyone to go to that feedback link and please share your feedback by clicking the link. Please share your feedback. Thank you so much for that. And now we are coming to the concluding part of this program. It was a wonderful session by phenomenal speakers and student ambassadors as well. So may I request Professor Dr. Wasi Sheikh from MIT World Peace University to propose vote of thanks. Dr. Wasi Sheikh.
What a fantastic and thoughtful session it was. Today at this moment, I am reminded of famous quote given by His Holiness Dalai Lama. He says, "You are the people who are shaping the better world. One of the secrets of inner peace is the practice of compassion." A very warm evening to our most valued guests, organizing committee, respected teachers, students, and friends. It is a matter of pride for me that I am proposing a vote of thanks for the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. I, on behalf of MIT World Peace University, first of all, express my sincere thanks to the guests who gave their vital time from their busy schedule to grace this meeting. I thank all the learned speakers for sharing with us their graceful opinion. Honorable Mandar Apteji, we really liked the thought of India as a prayer room if the whole world is our home. Honorable Mohanji, who emphasized on practicing ahimsa, sharing and responsibility. Honorable Professor Dr. Sadia Mohammed Madam, who underlined the importance of teachers to influence the people to spread the awareness and importance of world peace. Honorable Mr. Yogesh Ji, you mentioned that peace can only exist along with the environment. And lastly, Honorable Dr. Anas Amataykul, who gave reference to various Quranic verses relating to peace and emphasized the true understanding of Dharma. Thank you all for your valuable thoughts. Further, a big thanks to a person who is the real motivation behind such a meaningful, successful, and high impact events. UNESCO chairholder, founder, president, and chief patron, MITES MIT and MIT World Peace University, Pune, our revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, sir. Sir, I am yet to see any educational institute, not only in India, but in the entire world, that spreads the divine message of world peace like you do. We feel very proud to be associated with such an institution. I also thank our young and dynamic leader, Honorable Professor Rahul V. Karad, sir, Executive President of MITES MIT World Peace University, under whose able guidance we are following the path shown by Dr. V.D. Karad, sir. I mention my sincere sense of gratitude to the organizing committee for the untiring efforts have made this function meaningful and successful. I thank Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar, sir. I thank Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, sir, and our own Acting Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, sir. Sir, it is indeed an event that has provided us food for thought. Finally, I thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. Once again, I thank all the eminent speakers, Dr. Milind Patre sir, and the huge crowd of audience for your participation. Have a great day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Wasi Sheikh, for expressing your vote of thanks to each and everyone. So no one is left behind. Thank you so much for remembering everyone. And with this, we come to the end of the session number 2. But please don't go away, because it is already 6 o'clock, and all the guests of the session number 3, which is Global Youth Peace Dialogue, Building Sustainable Peace, Ideas, Evidence and Strategies. The session number 3, all the guests and dignitaries, they have already arrived on this online platform. So for the next session, I would request everyone to please stay with us. And for the next proceedings, may I request the anchor for this session, Professor Anuradha Pai, Assistant Professor, School of Economics, to please take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Milind Patre ji.
Thank you.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and a very warm welcome once again to the 3rd session of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, organized by Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Pune. As we are starting our 3rd session of the 7th World Parliament, where we are fortunate to have some of the very young, dynamic change makers from around the world who will be sharing their mind on the theme Global Youth Peace Dialogue, Building Sustainable Peace, Ideas, Evidence and Strategies. Let us first welcome all the esteemed dignitaries at the World Peace Dome via film. I request my technical team to kindly relay the virtual arrival of the dignitaries at the World Peace Dome. Thank you. Thank you so much. With a huge round of applause, let us welcome all the esteemed dignitaries for the session 3 of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. We at MIT for the past 40 years have followed this tradition of starting our day or any auspicious function with a very peaceful prayer that has been gifted to us by our founder director, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir. I request my technical team to kindly relay the World Peace Prayer, and I request all the participants to join us in this prayer.
Om Namo Jiyadya Veda Pratipadya Jaya Jaya Swasamvedya आत्मरूपा देवातुचि गणेषु सकलार्थमतिप्रकाशो म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि जोजी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरि ओम्। ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृध कस्यचिद्धनम्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। सर्वेऽपि सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखमाप्नुयात्। शान्तिः अन्तरिक्षशान्तिः पृथिवीशान्तिः आपशान्तिः औषधयशान्तिः वनस्पतयशान्तिः विश्वेदेवाशान्तिः ब्रह्मशान्तिः सर्वशान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्तिः सामा शान्तिरेधि। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
No better way to start our 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy Session 3 than this World Peace Prayer. Thank you all for joining in this prayer. Young people are frequently othered in discussions about conflict. This is a dangerous practice as youth can play a very positive role aiding peace building in societies recovering from conflict. The UN World Population Prospect statistics estimate that there are more than 1.3 billion 15 to 24-year-olds in the world, and nearly 1 billion live in developing countries where conflict is more likely to have taken place. In such demographic realities, the potential youths hold for change and positive action is the subject of growing research agenda, and this is particularly the case where the recent wave of social upheavals and humanitarian crisis in different parts of the world. The positioning of youth in society has a bearing on their leadership potential and their possible role in peace building. What needs to be underlined is that the youth should be conceptualized and studied as agents of positive peace in terms of addressing not only the challenges of physical violence, but also the challenges of structural and cultural violence and the broader social change processes to transform violent, oppressive, and hierarchical structures, as well as behavior, relationships, and attitudes into more participative and inclusive ones. In this session on the theme Global Youth Peace Dialogue, Building Sustainable Peace, Ideas, Evidence, and Strategies, this is what we'll be discussing upon. Now, for the welcome address, may I invite Dr. Prashant Dave, Registrar of MIT World Peace University, Pune. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Good evening to one and all present for this very important session of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. I, on behalf of MIT World Peace University, Pune, and on behalf of our founder president, Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, Professor Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, and Executive President Shri Rahul Karad sir, feel privileged to welcome you all for third session, having a very important subject to discuss: building sustainable peace, ideas, evidence, and strategies. At the onset, I would like to welcome Mr. Sajid Prelis from Global Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security from Sri Lanka, who shall be setting the right context for this session. I also welcome Ms. Mateja Stanislava Rot from Slovene Union University, Women Slovene. Moving forward, I would like to welcome Professor Omid Wali from Nangarhar University, Afghanistan, Georgia Van Kulenberg from Bridging the Gap, California, and Professor Dr. Massimo Gazzi from Technical University, Dresden, Germany. Last but not the least, I would like to extend my warm welcome to the Youth Peace Ambassadors, Ms. Prachita Nayak from Goa, India, Harriet Kiddins Kopas Yukuza from South Sudan, Chidera Carol Omireid from Nigeria, Roger Solomon from Botswana, Mr. Anthony from South Sudan, Mr. Pranav Karkale from Nashik, India, Shaivi Kant from Mumbai, India, Naman Sangvi from Aurangabad, and Soumya Kaul from Jammu and Kashmir, India. We look forward to an enriching and engaging discussion by all the eminent speakers. Once again, welcome all. Thank you very much for joining for this session. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Pai.
Thank you so much, sir, for that short and very heartening welcome address. Thank you once again. In the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, next, let us have a look at the magnificent dome, the biggest dome in the world, the biggest idea and the biggest message of world peace and sustainability, gifted to us by the eminent educationist and our founder director, Dr. Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir. I request my technical team to relay a short film on philosopher Saint Sri Dhyaneshwara, World Peace Prayer Hall and World Peace Library, the film on the World Peace Dome.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karad and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
But if it takes away the rest of the days of my life and gives me one day where I can come back and look at this magnificent dome, magnificent message to the rest of the world, To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
Science without religion is lame, and we all know this. Religion without science is blind.
सीता का मान नहीं करोगे तब तक श्री राम का मान संपूर्ण नहीं होगा, आप याद रखिए। केवल जय श्री राम से बात नहीं बनेगी, जय सीताराम कहिए, कहना होता।
हमको लगता है कि आज गांधी जी हों चाहे जो कोई हो, सबका इशारा विश्व शांति का है।
विवेकानंद ने कहा है कि 21वीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता ज्ञान का दालन बोल के उभर आएगी। इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी। उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
Thank you so much, my team. At this juncture, we all would like to thank our founder director, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karat sir, the UNESCO chairholder for Human Rights, Democracy, Peace and Tolerance, and founder president of the MIT World Peace University, Pune, for gifting us this unique concepts, the aim of which is to emanate these thoughts to the entire country, and the union of science and spirituality will ultimately lead to the creation of a peaceful world. Thank you so much, sir, for gifting us the World Peace Dome. Next is the time for a group photograph. I request all the dignitaries on the virtual dais to kindly switch on your cameras and have a pleasant smile on your faces so that we can capture this moment and cherish it for eternity. I request my technical team to kindly click a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you. As we are moving to the proceedings of this session, next, let's have a look at the curtain raiser video clip on the session 3 on the theme, Global Youth Peace Dialogue, Building Sustainable Peace, Ideas, Evidence, and Strategies. I request my technical team to kindly relay the curtain raiser video clip on the session.
Building Sustainable Peace, Ideas, Evidence, Strategies. The precise elements in peace building include disarming warring parties, restoring order, decommissioning and destroying weapons, repatriating refugees, providing advisory and training support for security personnel, monitoring elections, demining and other forms of demilitarization, providing technical assistance, advancing efforts to protect human rights, reforming and strengthening institutions of governance, including assistance in monitoring and supervising electoral processes, and promoting formal and informal participation in the political process.
Thank you, my technical team. Before inviting our first guest, Mr. Saji Pralis, who is the Director, Search for Common Ground and co-chair of the Global Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security from Sri Lanka, who will be setting the context for this session, there is a humble request on behalf of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy to all the dignitaries to kindly have a look at the time and keep the time so that we can move smoothly during this session and engage in a fruitful discussion on the theme. It is our honor and privilege to welcome our first guest of the session, Mr. Saji Pralis, who is the Director, Search for Common Ground and co-chair of the Global Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security Sri Lanka, who has over 20 years of experience working with youth movements and youth-focused organizations in conflict and transition environments in over 35 countries throughout the world. In 2010, he co-founded and has been co-chairing the first UN CSO donor working group that has helped successfully advocate for the historic UN Security Council resolutions 2250, 2419, and resolution 2535 in the years 2015, 2018, and 2020, respectively. He is also the director of children and youth programs at Search for Common Ground, an international conflict transformation organization. Prior to joining SFCG, Mr. Pralis was the founding director of the Peace Building and Development Institute at American University in Washington, D.C. Over 11 years at the university resulted in him co-developing over 100 training curricula exploring the nexus of peace building with development. Mr. Pralis received the Distinguished Luxembourg Peace Prize for his outstanding achievements in peace support. He has obtained his master's degree in international peace and conflict resolution with a concentration in international law from American University in Washington, D.C. With a huge round of applause, let us welcome Mr. Saji Pralis, Director, Search for Common Ground and co-chair, for setting the context for the session. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you so very much for this very warm and lovely introduction. I'm honored to be back speaking to you on this historic occasion. And I just want to acknowledge and thank you again for having me join this very sacred space with you today. To set the context, Professor Pai talked very briefly, but allow me to share with you 4 points to further illustrate the context of why it's important to focus on young people today. As Professor Pai mentioned, over 2 billion young people live in the world today. This is the largest number of young people that have ever to walk on this planet. When you take a continent like Africa, the median age in the continent is 19. The youngest country outside of the continent of Africa is our neighbor in Afghanistan, where the median age is 18. And over 60% of people in urban settings in less than 10 years will be 18 years of age or below. Imagine that in less than 10 years, 60% of urban populations in developing countries will be below the age of 18 in less than 10 years. And despite these growing numbers of young people, only 2% of parliamentarians are below the age of 30. But there have been many stereotypes and myths about young people. One is that this idea that young people are being troublemakers. They are susceptible to violence. So there's a prevailing international stereotype that young people are troublemakers that need to be controlled. At the same time, they've been seen as victims of armed conflict and violence. We've seen around the world the trust average citizens, young people have with governments, the media, international organizations is going down. Over the last many years, trust people have with institutions has diminished. So what we came back in 2000, came to the realization that we need to shift this narrative of seeing young people as troublemakers to see young people as partners in peace, one of the fundamental pillars of this discussion today. And what we did was we formed what we call the Global Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security. The Global Coalition comprised of United Nations organizations, international organizations, intergovernmental bodies like the Commonwealth Secretariat that India is part of, as well as the European Union, African Union, lots of donor organizations, lots of scholars, and most importantly, young people who have come together to collectively shape what we call the Youth, Peace and Security Agenda. one of the guiding questions that was instrumental for the global coalition is this question of why young people are peaceful. Many times, these stereotypes of young people as troublemakers was guided by asking an important question, but we then thought was not the most useful question. Questions were asked as, why are young people joining armed groups? Why are young people joining gangs? While those are important questions, what was neglected to ask was, why are most young people peaceful? And the global coalition forced ourselves to ask this very important question of why most young people are peaceful. And that guiding question led to, as Professor Pai introduced, 3 UN Security Council resolutions that shaped the Youth, Peace and Security agenda. So Resolution 2250, adopted in 2015, Resolution 2419 in 2018, and Resolution 2535 in 2020. Resolution 2419 sets the role for young people in peace processes. And Resolution 2535 focuses on the protection of young people's civic spaces. Collectively, what these resolutions do was recognize young people are a political force for peace. It was really important for that to be recognized. And as we see that protection for young people is becoming an international concern, the latest resolution recognized that. It recognized the barriers young people face today in the civic spaces they occupy, and identified several barriers. One, across the world, young people have identified social cultural barriers as one of the most concerning barriers for them. Second barrier was political. Third barrier was around financial. Fourth, legal barriers young people face around the world. And we also know that digital, physical barriers are also increasingly relevant for young people. And as we struggle to get ourselves off the feet, on our feet because of the pandemic has created additional barriers for young people around the world. Despite these barriers, though, young people have been contributing to peace in numerous ways. And you ask why, despite all these tremendous barriers, why are they caring about peace? And I think the answer is very simple. Because they deeply care about their future, their present challenges they face, and they want to work with adult counterparts to solve these problems so that they do not inherit a more complex world with even greater challenges than they are facing today. So the urgency to act, they see, and they are already acting in their own communities. So I want to highlight 7 ways that young people are contributing to peace in their communities. One is in early warning systems, working to manage rumors, addressing hate speech, and preventing recruitment into violent groups, and to prevent violence from taking place in the first place. Second, young people are engaged in disengagement work, working in prisons. Just a couple of days ago, I was working in Yemen with young people who were able to release over 200 young people who were illegally arrested in prisons. In Indonesia, where young people are working within the prison system to prevent violence from spreading within the prison system itself. And in Pakistan, where young women and young men are trying to work with young people, disengage them from radical ideologies to see how they can find a pathway to peace in their communities also. At the same time, young people are engaged with the state governments and supporting governments to have better responses. Countries like Cameroon, where young people have been leading COVID-19 responses, have become the backbone for the Ministry of Health to support young people's work. At the same time, we do know that the security sector plays an important role in peace and security issues. But oftentimes, young people see security actors as perpetrators. Security actors see young people as perpetrators. So therein lies seeing each other as perpetrators. So young people are trying to transform this perpetrator mentality to see young people as shared protector approaches. In Nepal, young youth groups have been working with the police and the communist groups there. In Lebanon, that is going through a crisis right now, have been working on community security issues where young people are involved. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there have been a war for many, many years, young people are working with the military to address security issues that are common to them. So young people have been working even with security actors. At the same time, the fifth is around amplifying new narratives, and they are new content creators. Us as adults in the academic world focus on publishing books. Younger generations are focused on content creation that is much more fit for younger people itself. So this new idea of content creation is important to keep in mind. And lastly, I think recognizing young people's roles in peace processes. In our neighboring countries, Afghanistan, a long 20-year war was fought by different groups and countries. Young people set up their own coalition to ensure that the peace process they inherit doesn't inherit a mess, and they were involved in the peace process. Philippines and South Sudan also, young people played an important role in shaping the peace process in these countries. So as we look around the world, we see youth as an opportunity, not because youth are our future. Youth are also very present in today and are acting today and as the face of leadership. So think about that guiding question. When we are tempted to ask why youth are joining armed groups, let's pause and ask why are more youth peaceful? And how do we support and enable that leadership to shine brighter? So with that, I want to say thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be here with you again. And I thank you for listening to me as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Saji Pellis, for setting the context so wonderfully and lucidly and adding to the positive role that you can play in peace building and sustainable development. To express our gratitude to Mr. Pellis, I would now like to invite Professor Nafis Haider Naqvi, who is the head of school of the Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism at MIT World Peace University. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Anuradha. And I'm very honored, I'm feeling privileged to represent revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad and our guiding star, Rahul Karad ji. And I'm very thankful and delighted to propose my gratitude to Mr. Saji from Sri Lanka. And he's very well said that we need to break the stereotype which we have for the young generation, because
I think there is some issue at Professor Naqvi's end, but it's just giving a second more to rejoin with us. Professor Naqvi, can you hear us? Professor Naqvi? I hope you can hear us, sir. I think he is facing some issue.
I think you should move ahead with the session.
Yes.
Dr. Anuradha, let me come into the picture. Let me thank Mr. Saji from bottom of our heart. Let me thank you for your wonderful presentation and setting the context. I heard you on many more occasions. I was watching you on the YouTube and Twitter and inspired through your videos and your work, your dedicated work for the youth. On behalf of MIT World Peace University and the organizing committee, I'm very happy and would like to welcome you again in person at our World Peace Tour. So looking forward for many more interactions and is shaping peace together and understanding the various strategies for building a sustainable peace. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Pandey sir, for that expression of your heart. Thank you so much. Next, we have with us Honorable Mateja Stanislava Rod, who is Coordinator of International Relations, Slovene University of Women, Slovene. She is a cultural researcher and urbanist, contributing towards Open Future Commons, building powerful smart solutions for urban communities, and improving the livelihood in neighborhoods around Europe. She works in the field of social, cultural innovation, and coalitions of contemporary art, architecture, and science. She was selected for the MIT GE Bootcamp in Brisbane 2017. In July 2017, she completed a month-long advanced entrepreneurship program at the Stanford University and have established a network of contacts for future collaboration in AI, neuroscientific research, IoT, design thinking, and innovation. In September, she was selected for Future Innovator Summit at Festival Ars Electronica Artificial Intelligence, the other, where she worked in the group of Future Homes. She is very interested in peace-building actions in the urban context, and with a huge round of applause, let us welcome Honorable Mateja Rod to address the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for this beautiful address, and it's my great pleasure to be here today. I hope that someday we will be able to meet in person, but for now, in virtual environment, I'm very happy to be here. So my name is Teja Rod. You can call me Teja, it's short for Mateja. And I'm an urban innovator and architect of peace from Slovenia. I work across different sectors, and here I'm representing Slovene Union of University Women. And now I wish to briefly present how I approach the topic of empowering youth and building spaces of encounter in the city, and how I connect this to activating sustainable peace. So from some years now, I have been doing projects with youth and other special groups. I've done a project in Indonesia that I'm particularly proud of, because during my Rotary Peace Fellowship, we visited this entrepreneurial center for youth in Aceh, in Indonesia, and I got so inspired and motivated by these young people that I initiated a collaboration with them after finishing this fellowship. And I've done projects in different parts of USA, in Europe, and in North Africa. So I do research on creative transformation of spaces, reclaiming the right to spaces in the city. I do a lot of community building. I deal with matters of civic participation in urban matters. Sustainable architecture is my greatest passion. And I also like to activate public spaces and encourage youth to bring arts into these creative habitats. So I do a lot of experiments with models of revitalization of particular sites and neighborhoods. Sometimes they are completely analog interventions. Like in North Africa, in Morocco, we started with very hands-on experiences in the field. And then at other times, we use exponential technologies like VR in coming up with the community-driven solutions for the neighborhoods. And we need to understand first and foremost that the city needs to be smart for residents. And that means not only in technological sense, smart, but also in a sense of enabling more engaged experiences for all. So cities needs to be inclusive. And now in the pandemic time, a lot has shifted, as we all are aware of. And what are some of the lessons that we should learn from this period of social isolation in relation to urban planning? For me, everything is connected to the function of the future cities. I mean, just consider we have been living without cities scenario for over a year last year, and we have experienced a lot of failures in the way we lead our lives. And most certainly this has also affected young populations as well. I think that cities are one of the most evolved social networks. And during lockdowns, we saw how important this is and how strong the social infrastructure is that cities provide. We can't fully substitute this kind of physical embodied experience with digital communications and engaging in digital networks alone. So I remember there was a very famous Slovenian architect called Marjetica Potrč. She talks about importance of engaging in long-term community-based participatory projects. And for me, participatory processes will have a more and more important role in the future. And they are more and more connected to game experiences in the future. Real aim of cities for me is to provide efficient spaces for interaction, both physical and social. So design of urban space, I think, has a lot to do with enhancing interaction between citizens and between young people in general. And here I wish to mention two of examples of my work. So as I mentioned, I was a Rotary Peace Fellow back in 2018, and I'm also a Rotary Positive Peace Activator. As such, I'm working on positive peace initiatives around the world. And currently I'm developing a project with a community-based organization in Kenya, where we are activating sustainable peace and empowering vulnerable groups of girls, young girls, in the city slums of Kisumu. And these girls are infected by HIV. And this project is very much based on boosting social entrepreneurship skills in the region and also nonviolent communication. It's very important to address this topic of hate speech and verbal violence that is inflicted upon these girls in the slums. And we will hold lots of activities to support these young girls that are kind of excluded from public participation, and enable them to get involved in the dialogue and meaningful exchanges with the environment. Of course, one of the methods I will be using there are going to be the so-called urban games. This is a very nice way to start engaging the youth in particular, because it's all focused on play in the beginning, and then you can work on serious matters more fluidly, with incorporating lots of different diverse stakeholders. And the urban games are a very good alternative participatory practice. They act as a tool to raise awareness on some of the challenges that usually we don't speak about. And the games can support community action, and so that we can hold space and create more safer environment for all. And it's all focused on up-leveling human connection and enable people to be more present together and become change agents in the environment. So yeah, it's going to be a very dynamic collaboration, and I'm looking forward to learning and co-creating with the community. Also when the situation will allow to have these physical gatherings. The second example is a project I did in Morocco. I was invited together with a group of architects and urban planners and geographers from all over the world by the French Development Agency to come up with proposals for an easy city in Greater Ouarzazate. So they wanted us to imagine how this kind of oasis city should look like in 21st century. And we focused our work on the territorial strategies and coming up with an idea for a solidary and sustainable city of oasis. You have to know that the territory of Greater Ouarzazate, by the way, this is it's located on southeastern part of the country, around 500 kilometers south of the capital, Rabat. And it is very unique territory in terms of rich historical heritage. And they have an incredible, immense potential to become a model of sustainable development for the region and prototype of architecture of commons, but it also faces a lot of challenges. And we have identified one of the top challenges is the loss of local knowledge among the new generations and young people, because maybe you know that Morocco was #1 country in Ramsar construction, so vernacular architecture. And young people are not so much interested in transferring this knowledge anymore. The way that this type of construction is used is in preservation of UNESCO heritage sites like Kasbah and SARS. So we wanted to reclaim this, and we started building training centers for young people to get inspired by this traditional technique of building. We also designed a broader communication strategy for the region, because we identified that the people there don't have actually a voice, and especially young people don't have the possibilities to express their views so much. And we created a platform called the Voice of Ouarzazate, and it was focused on the expression of needs and expectations of residents, and everybody got so involved in this and so engaged. It was really a brilliant, fruitful collaboration. And then out of this came an exhibition proposal to raise awareness around the world about these issues. And we tried to bring this story of Greater Ouarzazate to the world. And the exhibition has been traveling around architectural museums here in Europe. So to conclude, I think that the cities are in a way laboratories of human coexistence, and they are spaces of articulating our needs. They're also spaces to empower local communities and young people. And if we engage in community-based projects, we need to give young leaders and local residents opportunity to test the methods themselves, and also to test the ways to self-organize or organize and practice solidarity. So in collaboration and in participation, I think that we can work towards more resilient cities of the future. And in this way, co-create fairer social and economic agreement. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roth, for the words of wisdom and for the inspiring work that you're doing on ground for global peace. To express our gratitude to Ms. Roth, may I now invite Dr. Maithili Biniwale, Assistant Professor at the School of Media and Journalism, MIT World Peace University. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Anuradha Pai, ma'am. First of all, we find ourselves very fortunate to have you here and blessing our occasion and expressing your thoughts. So first of all, Matija Roth, ma'am, I'm really I express my gratitude and express thanks to you for this enlightening speech. And also it is not only enlightening, but it also sets the path of this peace building processes in the urban spaces, which are very important right now. And even we could really connect to your thoughts and your experiments when it comes to India. And how to make the city inclusive and initiating the dialogue in the city through the community actions and participation and making them inclusive. The way you said, I think it's very important right now and a very pressing issue right now which we need to deal with. So I once again thank you for these all wonderful experiments and wonderful thoughts which you shared with us, and they are really enlightening for us. So I really thank on behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University. I once again welcome you and thank. I also thank Dr. Vishwanath Karad, our founding president, and Executive President Rahul Karad for giving us this platform and opportunity for the interaction and expressing our thoughts. Once again, thank you, Rod, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Now I invite Dr. Milind Pandey, sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, to share his mind. Over to you, sir.
Teja, thank you so much for your address. And it's a long association with you, working with you for the building the technology for peace. And your work with the international universities, then you work for the technology for peace, the artificial intelligence, how we can make an effective use of technology for the peace. And thank you so much. And as I said before, also would like to listen to you in our World Peace Dome. It's a long association with you, working with you together for the building technology for peace. Thank you so much for joining us on the 7th World Parliament on Science, Religion and Philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rod, once again, and thank you, Pandey, sir. Next, we have with us Honorable Professor Umid Walan, who is a Professor of English and Peace Studies at Nangarhar University, Afghanistan. He also works as a Senior Program Policy Manager for Afghans Coordination Against Corruption, the only specialized anti-corruption NGO in Afghanistan. He pursued his BA degree in teaching English as a foreign language from Nangarhar University with a partnership of San Diego State University, US. He is a PhD candidate at the Aligarh Muslim University, India, and was awarded with the prestigious Fulbright Fellowship, where he taught Pashtun language at the University of Georgia, Athens, USA. Besides this, he was a trainee at the University of Notre Dame, USA. He was also entitled with the Rotary Peace Fellowship, where he studied peace and conflict resolution at the Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand, with field studies in Myanmar, Laos, Malaysia, and Indonesia. During his time at the university, he wrote his individual conflict analysis paper on the conflict and peace talks of Afghanistan. Furthermore, Mr. Wali is the proud alumnus of Indian Council for Cultural Relation, ICCR, and Kautilya Fellow Program, India. He is the author of Portfolio Development Project and the co-translator of Peace and Conflict Studies. His speech at the 5th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, organized by MIT World Peace University, brought the honor of MOU to Nangarhar University. He is a social activist for peace, education, human rights, and women's rights in Afghanistan. And in this particular juncture, where his country is going through a very bad turmoil, it is essential that we call him up to express his views on the topic Global Youth Peace Dialogue, Building Sustainable Peace, Ideas, Evidence, and Strategies. Once again, with a huge round of applause, we welcome Professor Umid Walan. Over to you, sir. Professor, you are on mute. If you could please unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such a wonderful presentation. I really appreciate it. And thank you very much, Professor Milind Pandey, with whom I have a very long and historical, I have to say, connection in association working for peace and stability, particularly for countries where conflict is still going on. And thank you very much, sir, for making this happen again. So since I was in person, gave a speech in the 5th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. And once again, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Vishwashanti Karat sir and Dr. Rahul Karat sir and the entire MIT World Peace University for the great work that they continue to do for peace and stability in the world. That's quite appreciated. And I hope that my internet in this time of Afghanistan, we are still living without a constitution, with the defective authority and with no technology, with limited technology, sometimes no technology, internet access. So it's very tough. Even the economy is going down day by day. That's a very tough situation, and working for peace, empowerment, democracy, nation building is very risky. For the last 20 years that I have been engaged, I have lost many of my close relatives and friends. I have to say, even my uncle is the victim of war, who was a medical doctor, and he was on his way to his clinic in our own village, and he has been serving there for over 20 years for our people. But the war, where no peace is there, and there could be different reasons, and we are not talking about those reasons, but my family is the victim of war. Lately, just 2 months back, I lost my second uncle, who was also a medical doctor, and he's again the victim of this war. And now I should look after 5 children of my late uncle, beside my 9, since we are 9 brothers and 5 sisters, 9 total, 5 brothers and 4 sisters. So in addition to this big number, since we are big families in Afghanistan, I have to look and take the responsibility of those as well. But anyway, youth and working for peace, that's our responsibility as a responsible member of this society. However, many of my friends, they were able to go and leave Afghanistan. But it's my mentality that peace needs sacrifice, peace needs work, and we have to work for that. And that's our country. And we have noticed that even the United States of America, who came to Afghanistan and working on different development projects, but there was no nation building project at all. That's why after 20 years spending of millions and billions of dollars, the government collapsed, and we have no constitution right now, and we have no government with international identity, which is very unfortunate. Anyway, just I would like to share my own experience from the very first time as a youth, when I came to know that what is peace and what's war, because I was born in war, I raised in war, I got education in war, and still I live in war with uncertainty, in a huge chaos, where I cannot give a guarantee for myself. When I go out of my home for grocery, for shopping, there is no guarantee that I should come back. So whatever I have in my diary, I just narrate all of them to my wife, that this is what you need to do if I do not return. But as a youth, I still work with my students, with my friends, that in order to promote and in order to empower and encourage at least those who are in this defective authority government, that they have also the responsibility for this government. However, it's very risky and very challenging at this critical moment of time, where this regime is not recognized internationally and it faces lots of problems. But this problem has started just with the 2001, when the Boom Agreement was made and signed for Afghanistan. And that agreement installed a new government with the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. It was not an inclusive government at all. That's why we do not have sustainable peace. It was just a negative peace. They just beat one government. They threw away one government, which was the Taliban, and they installed a new government. But they did not integrate those who were sitting, from the Taliban side, who were sitting at home, and they were thinking that this is the time that we need to be integrated in the society. Instead, I should say, it was not the entire international community, but at least the United States of America and the NATO. They empower the warlord in Afghanistan, and they were given power, money, everything. Instead of integrating those Taliban commanders that in 2001 they were sitting at home, instead of impunity, instead of integration, they went to their homes and they beat them. They just killed their relatives, and because of the revenge, they again reorganized. And there were different other factors and groups and other factors. We should say uncountable factors are there behind this 40-year-long conflict in the country. But one of the reasons and one of the things that I found working for peace and stability in the country and researching this particular area in my country, I found that Boon Agreement was not a complete agreement. It was important for them that they should call upon the Taliban, and Taliban should be one of the key players in that time as well, beside all those warlords who were sitting in the room, born and making a new government for Afghanistan. So this was the very first thing. And even beside the inclusive government that they didn't install at that time, they empower in massive corruption. Warlords, I frankly talking to you, that warlord in my own society, they were in great fear in 2001 and up to 2003, where the complete control of the government was on the entire country. And those warlords were just thinking that they were actually thinking that they will be courted, they will be tried in the court for all they did in the fourth year civil war they did in Afghanistan. But instead of being courted, they were given power, money, everything, and they did massive corruption, and they start the business of narcotics and all these bad things, which made the status of Afghanistan very bad in the international platform. Beside this, after the even every individual agreement and every individual try for the agreement of peace that we have noticed for the last 20 years in the country, there is always a lack of social justice, which is really important after the post-conflict resolution or post-conflict agreement. So there was no chance for the social justice, and there was no compensation for those who are the victim of war. And that was another factor that this country is still passing a very critical political situation. And one more thing, which was also a reason for the collapse of this government, and we were not able to make a sustainable peace in on the ground in Afghanistan. That was no equality and no equity of the political power and different other platforms. I'm sorry, here there is no light, and we are living without electricity in Jalalabad. But anyway, there was no equality and equity. Only the Panjshir Valley. The Panjshir Valley, it was a small district. It was just a small district, and that district was given very high autonomous status, a special status, and that status was end result of that status was that Panjshir was given more than 50% of the power of the government, political power and military power was given to one valley, and the entire country was ignored. So that was another thing which was a problem, and that problem became the collapse of the government, for which we have great hopes. I didn't realize, I didn't imagine. One day before my province was collapsed into the hand of Taliban, I was writing a new proposal for anti-corruption project in my own area. But I never imagined, and I never thought that we would see such a time again in our life. But again, the history repeats, and every day when I sleep, when I woke up as a lecturer in this country, there is no room for me that I have to teach my students. There is no student in the university, and from morning up to now, I just think that where is the peace, when is the peace, and what is the peace, and when this country at least should have a peace. And I think it is the responsibility of the international community, being human beings for this world, that we need to help this country, we need to help the people. Of course, it is our prime responsibility as a member of this society. But there are different factors coming from international mafia international terrorism. So we are the victim of this international terrorism. I think international terrorism is not related. It's not only the responsibility of my country and my people, but it is a joint responsibility of the world in order to have a peaceful life in the world. But still, I feel strong. I feel positive, and I'm sure that the young generation one day will again stand up and work for this government. I don't care if I die tomorrow, but I hope that this country should have my young son Tawheed should have a bright future at least. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the time given to me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wali.
For Omid Wali, the positive mindset which you are building, it's a truly salute to you. Salute to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It gives me the strength. It really gives me the strength. Thank you.
Once again, a big salute to you, sir, for your undying spirit, and to express our gratitude to you. May I now invite Professor Sachin Gadekar, Assistant Professor at the Faculty of Peace Studies, MIT World Peace University. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Professor Omid Wali, for such illuminating, informative, and most important path-breaking speech of the day, I think. You talked about very important concepts, calling for, peace is a joint responsibility. You called peace is a youth's responsibility. You also talked about where is the nation building project. I'm happy that you talked about peace requires sacrifice, and your quest, though there is a darkness there, backside, but I must tell you, we all believe in tamasoma jyotirgamaya, from darkness to light, and your hope, your quest, everything will definitely bring change in the society, and we will have this quest of peace. Thank you so much, Professor Wali, on behalf of the organizing committee, founder, father, revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, Executive President, Honorable Shri Rahul V. Karad, sir, and all organizing committee members. I thank you once again for such a wonderful speech and bringing this thought, this very contemporary thought to us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anuradha ji, just for a minute, just pardon me for a minute. Professor Omid Wali, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
My technical team, if you can focus on him, please. Professor Omid, I would like to extend on behalf of the MIT World Peace University.
Dr. Pandey sir, please raise your volume a bit. Pandey sir, please raise your volume a bit.
Yeah, just a minute. Yes.
Thank you.
Now, Omid, it's a standing invitation for you and your students to come and join MIT World Peace University. We are extending all our cooperations. Our doors are open for our brothers and sisters in Afghanistan. Please do come and join us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milind Pandey, my friend, I should say. That's the word that we used to call each other when we were in Thailand and in Indonesia. Thank you, sir. I always feel India my second home, and I got my 2 master's degree from India, and I came back with those degrees and serving my country for the last 10 years in the capacity of my career as a professor in Nangarhar University, which is the second largest public institution of higher learning in the country. I really appreciate that, and I always feel India as my second home, and the history also proved that, and we are always with the reality, and we will never salute to the ideologies which are against the humanity, because as a true Muslim, I always believe on humanity, and I always think that neither of the religion teaches violence, and I always study and teach my students the non-violence theory of the Gandhiji, that non-violence is not the weapon of weak, it is the weapon of the bravest and the strongest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Wali. We hope that you live and you show and you become the torchbearer of light for the future generation of Afghani people, including your children. And we once again would like to thank Pandey sir for that very wonderful and heartening gesture of welcoming Wali sir to India and to MIT World Peace University. Next, we have Honorable Ms. Georgia Van Kulenberg, Founder Executive Director Bridging the Gap, Los Angeles, California, USA. She has been working in arts, entertainment, and education professionally since she was 16 years old. Her passion is combining entertainment, new technology, and philanthropy to create a thriving future for everyone. As well as founding and chairing 3 nonprofit organizations in the US and Africa, Georgia is heavily involved with many social causes as a volunteer and board member. She is a public ambassador for alopecia awareness, poverty and homelessness issues, and education for children. Her nonprofit organization, Arts Bridging the Gap, provides arts education to children in underserved communities. Her production company, I Am Spartacus Entertainment, is a cause-focused production company that creates positive edutainment and integrates for-profits and non-profits together to create a social change. She happily speaks to and mentors an average of 100 children a week. She has been working with kids in these numbers, in these capacities, and with an ever-growing passion for the happiness and growth for over 12 years. Georgia is currently coordinating an environmentally sustainable, net positive garden project on the rooftop of the Los Angeles Mission, a safe ride program for school children in challenging areas, and a community-wide initiative to engage the people of Los Angeles country in the homelessness crisis. We are indeed honored to welcome you, ma'am, to the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. It is so humbling and incredibly moving to be part of this panel. Dr. Waleed, that was an incredible sharing of your heart, but also information. I'm so very grateful to be here and just share a little bit for a moment of my experience in peacemaking with youth around the world in a magical confluence that I have of art and neurosocial science and spirituality all coming together with hard work and love. So I wanted to share actually that in 2017, I was on a trip to Hyderabad and I found myself at a funeral pyre crouched at the feet of a deceased untouchable woman, and I was praying for her peace. I was asking the gods to welcome her body into the afterlife, to grant her freedom from the earthly realm. And I wished I knew more about how to pray. I grew up in a family of atheists, and there I was praying that I was doing all this beautiful sister deserved to release her body. I'd come about her body the day before when I passed by a pile of clothes buzzing with flies in the corner of a cell in an asylum, when I realized that the clothes were covering a human body. And I asked my Indian companion if that body was alive. And he said, well, she is, but she'll be dead soon. We'll help her tomorrow. And when we returned to collect her body, we did the puja and we took her to her final resting place. I had cradled her heavy body in my hands, and I could feel the fluids all over me as I put her on the wood pile. She was no bigger than me. And when I looked in her eyes, when I put the sugar cubes over them, I realized that she was probably the same age as me. And as I circled her body and the water coming out of the kettle on my shoulder, I started thinking, what was her childhood like? What sort of childhood did she have? Was she cared for? Was she loved? Did she get to laugh the way that children should and have a free, worry-free, pain-free life? And was it possible, though, that this was the first moment of peace that she's ever had in her life? We got home after the service and back to our orphan home where I was staying, and the children came running out as they always did, and to the common sound of auntie, auntie, play cricket, or watch us dance, auntie. And I sat with the kids and I bowled the ball at them. And I just looked at them wondering, what do I need to do to make sure that these children don't end up where my sister ended up today? And is love going to be enough? Because I will pray forever that love will be enough. But what else do we need to do? Because every day we strive for global peace. You know, here we are talking about it. We create organizations, we campaign for it, we quote people on Instagram, beauty queens talk about it. And yet, to me, it sounds sometimes like a distant wish, like an untenable maybe that we're sort of singing about in songs. And some of the greatest minds in science are spending their lives developing technologies and machines that will bring us closer to peace. But I wanted to suggest to all of us that we have all the science we need. We know what we need to know, human science-wise, how to create peace and a unified world. We won't survive unless we bring it back to the simplicity of helping children embody peace. Because, you know, a previous speaker said they are present and they are our future, but they are the bearers of peace, in my opinion. I believe we can't have peace on earth until we commit to loving our children, caring for our children, and protect all children to be safe, to heal their traumas, to flourish and thrive as they grow, because they are growing and they grow faster than any of us can keep up with. And hurt, harmed, and unloved children grow into angry, unloving adults who now have power and access and influence and can do harm to others, millions of others. And we see it. Waleed, your share is making it so clear what hurt children grow up to be. And we have to make sure that we allow peace to exist within our children so that our future doesn't emanate what is happening now in our present. And I believe we have all that knowledge. We have what it takes to turn this around. We have to just commit to important steps, like making sure that we don't do violence to our children, that we don't hurt our children and harm our children or hit our children. And we continue conversations like this. We are walking slowly in these great steps, but our children are growing up faster. And we have to join to commit in these actions to do what we can do with our little own genius, our own special sauce. Everybody has something within them that they can do every day to help a child be happier. And the greatest thing is when people say to me, well, I don't know much about children, or I don't have, you have you. You have you. And that is all a child needs. A child needs to know that you want to give them your time, your concern, your looks, your ears. All you need is to just say, I'm here and I care. I started an initiative that I wanted to share quickly about in Los Angeles because I wanted to give my time to children. I had failed 9th grade art when I started this program, but I decided I was going to put art all over Los Angeles. And we started a restorative justice program that brings youth from under-resourced communities together with LAPD police officers to play games, to talk, to share, to laugh. Sometimes we meditate together. The end goal is to create murals across Los Angeles. And when I started this program, I literally knew nothing about how to do that. All I knew was that feeling that I think you all may have felt when you come across a piece of art. Maybe it's been a temple for you. Maybe it's been something that you walked around the corner and you stopped and your heart just grew. That feeling is what we call in social science awe and reverence. And it's one of the few emotions that's been known to create a sense of meaning and purpose while simultaneously making someone feel like they're connected to the vast, incredible world around them. And it stops you in your time and gives you a greater sense of, I have more time to offer the world. I call them many, many moments of, hi, how are you? Because when you stop and you think you have more time, you're more likely to ask your fellow friend or someone that passes by you, a stranger, hi, how are you? And you never know what that person was doing. You never know if that person was going to commit a crime. You never know if that person was feeling depressed and not sure if they wanted to be alive. And when you have that moment because of something that inspires you around you, you create a better future. And we know that street art reduces the crime by 18% in the area we place it. So what we're doing here in LA is giving that power to kids. We've now done 66 murals around Los Angeles with our children, and these are designed by our children so that they get to feel that pride that I did this, I made this difference. And these are children that never think this will happen for them. The first time I share it with them, they're like, what? No, we don't get to do that. Yes, you do. This is your turn to share something with the world and spread a message. But it's, as we say in Hollywood, the button on the scene is the art. It's the workshops that we create before the art that are sometimes people tell me that'll never work. You can't bring children from the most crime dense areas in Los Angeles and police officers together. That will never work. And I'm like, oh, no, you didn't hear me right. We are doing this. This is happening and it is possible. I think sometimes I like to pretend it's my innocent foreigner brain here in Los Angeles. And I'm like, oh yeah, that'll be totally fine. Nobody will have a problem. The point is it works. And sometimes you have to just do whatever people will tell is not possible to test it out. And when people say you can't put the bad kids with the bad cops, that's a label that is stopping us. So many labels stop us because they're human. And when we start seeing them as bad, we stop seeing their humanity. They're hurt children. Just like I said, we're all hurt children. And when we see them as bad, what we think about is, what did they do wrong? But when you see them as human, you can ask, what wrong happened to them? And you can start healing. When our groups get together, we play games, we create moments of silliness where they're seeing each other as running around the room talking about food and sports teams and all sorts of silly games. But what I'm seeing is many moments of neural firing where their oxytocin suddenly creates bonding chemicals between them. Or we play a mirror game where their mirror neurons are firing and all of a sudden they're seeing each other as similar. And the yummy snacks that we give them in the middle are all important. Once again, sharing, breaking bread, as we call it here, being able to have this moment of you and I are worthy of this moment together. Or I get to see a moment where in Watts, California, one of the most crime dense areas, I turn over to the side and I see Brandon, who before this, family of a gang member, has a look of don't even talk to me. And what instead he's doing is hugging a police officer and saying, I love you, man. And these are the moments when you know that this is changing a life. This is changing his children, the way that he will speak to them about police officers and how that police officer will see boys that look like Brandon on the street. And yes, in the last year, believe me, we have had a lot of confrontation and people are very uncomfortable with the work we are doing. But I wanted to encourage everybody on this call, everybody, when we step into peacemaking, we don't expect to get attacks. We don't expect to get that will never work. You can't do that. I hate what you're doing, because we come with love. And for people who lead with love, that is hard to understand. But change is scary to people. Being someone who might take the control away from people who have control because of their hurt, because of their pain, is scary and it's confronting. And all we can do is continue to offer love the way we offer those young children. We offer those older hurt children love. Taking a stand for peace doesn't have to be an international UN sanctioned statement. It doesn't have to be a movie that you make to talk about peace. You can simply offer peace in everything you do. And I ask, as my time closes very shortly, please do what you can do today for a child. Stand up to the powers that are hurting our children. Stand up to the people who are pushing away the possibilities for our children, and do what you can to make sure that our children will heal their hurt from within and around them, so that we will have peace in our futures and in their futures. Thank you so much for having me. I am so grateful to be part of this, and I wish you all well in your peace journey.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Georgia Kulenberg, for that very wonderful and inspiring work that you're undertaking for building a world which is based on world peace. To express our gratitude to Ms. Georgia, may I now invite Dr. Anuradha Parashar, Dean, Faculty of Liberal Arts, School of Performing Arts, School of Fine Arts, Media and Journalism, and Faculty of Law at MIT World Peace University. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Professor Pai. Madam Georgia, namaskar. And Ernest, thanks to you, Madam, for the vision and the perspective which you have shared on global youth peace dialogue. Madam, through your comprehensive insights, we are enlightened and we feel grateful to you for giving us such an inclusive, wonderful, thought-provoking address. You have articulated so well. In fact, I should say that you have aptly carried forward the peace mission of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir and Shri Rahul V. Karad sir, and also the objective of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy of MIT World Peace University. From bottom of our heart, we extend heartfelt gratitude and earnest thanks to you for all the great ideas and the wisdom words. And we look forward to welcome you at World Largest Peace Dome and MIT World Peace University at Pune, Bharat. And one takeaway is, let's join hands to create peace in the world through love and affection, and by saying others, I'm here and I care, and sharing I and me moments. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again, Ms. Georgia, for emphasizing on doing what you can do. Next, we have with us Honorable Professor Dr. Massimo Garzi, Chair of Material Science and Nanotechnology, Max Bergmann Center of Biomaterials, Technical University, Dresden, Germany. He received his PhD degree at University of Bologna in 2014, defending a thesis about the characterization of optimal transaction-based molecular systems and nanoparticles for the development of chemical sensors under the supervision of Professor Luca Prodi. Subsequently, he obtained a one-year postdoctoral fellowship in the same lab, continuing the work on the photophysical characterization of fluorescent chemosensors and silica nanoparticles for biological and environmental applications. In 2015, he moved to Dresden when he joined the nanoscalic system groups guided by Dr. Stephan at Helmholtz-Zentrum, Dresden-Rosendorf. His research focused on the development and characterization of luminescent systems for use in bioimaging and sensor applications, dealing in particular with upconverting nanoparticles and ligands for lanthanide and actinide ions. At the end of November 2018, he joined Professor Kuniberti's group at Technische Universität Dresden as a chief guest scientist, planning to work on the application of nanoparticles and chemosensors for wastewater treatment. Since August 2019, he is the leader of the Environmental Nanotechnology Group, dealing with the synthesis and characterization of nanostructured materials and nanocomposite for the photocatalytic degradation and the adsorption of organic and inorganic pollutants contained in the wastewater. We are indeed honored and privileged to have you here, sir, at the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. May we now invite you to address the audience. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. I would like to greet all the audience and also the organizer for inviting me to this very interesting World Parliament. I'm honored to be here. So today I would like to speak about how nanotechnology can help in reaching sustainability in the context of water remediation. So generally speaking, we know that water is really essential to life. It's something we use in our basic daily, let's say, activities like drinking, cooking. We also use it for agricultural purposes like irrigation, or for industrial purposes in mining, in energy production, also for touristic and recreational activities. So water is the basic component for economical development. And we know that the lack of water and the lack of clean water can represent an obstacle for the development of communities. Somehow, let's say, lack of water can also influence and have, let's say, a non-beneficial effect on education of children, because in countries in which children and women are in charge of taking water and let's say, taking care of this time-consuming process of acquiring water, can really affect, let's say, children's life, because they don't have time to go to school. Moreover, the quality of water they get and they drink every day is essential, because contaminated water means that let's say, they can get serious illness like diarrhea, and this doesn't allow them to go to school in a continuous way. So that's why, and also for other reasons, that's why the United Nations General Assembly in 2010 considered the right to safe and clean drinking water and sanitation as an extension of the right to life. So this is a really important point, and water represents a really important element in our society and to build peace. So actually, nature itself has already its own system to purify water. It's so-called hydrologic cycle. So actually, there's kind of movement of water due to evaporation, condensation, and precipitation. And this kind of cycle adds in the purifying water from the various contaminants that accumulate during these cycles. For example, acid rains can be neutralized by soil when they come into contact with soil. Suspended sediments settle out as water loses its speed in ponds or lakes. Soil can act itself as a filter for other solids. A lot of organic compounds can be degraded by bacteria, for example, in soil and sediments, and also salts, let's say, are left behind after evaporation or when ice is formed. The problem is that human activities somehow overwhelm the ability of these natural systems to cleanse water using the hydrologic cycle. So actually what is happening is that we're introducing too many wastewater in a fast manner, which is not sustainable for this natural hydrologic cycle. This is one point. The other important point in this in the water remediation context is that we are introducing new compounds, persistent compounds, which are not able to be degraded via the normal and the natural removal or degradation processes. This is very important. Let's think about, for example, antibiotics. There are the concentration of antibiotics in water is increasing, and this can induce antibacterial resistance, which means that we are creating super bacteria which are no more able to counteract and destroy with normal drugs, and this represents a big issue in this context. So, in an ideal world, we could be able to reuse, let's say, new clean water and in indefinitely way, but actually the resources are limited. If we consider that the fresh water in this planet Earth is just 3%, we have to start to think, and this is the trend actually towards a sustainable economy, that wastewater is no more a burden. We should start to consider wastewater as a resource, so from which we can extract nutrients, for example. We also can use it for producing energy, and also think to reuse it as a water source, even to drink it again. So I want to just give you, let's say, impressive data that over 80% of the global wastewater is discharged directly into water bodies without any treatment. So actually what we are doing now is actually we are even polluting clean water with our wastewater, and we need to find a solution. Are we now, we have to ask ourselves two questions. Are we able to literally recycle water first? And is it possible to recycle water in a sustainable way? Let's check what the conventional treatment we use, which is used for the creation of our, let's say, potable water. The conventional treatments use three main, let's say, technique. We can divide it like in absorption. Absorption is that using of materials which act as sponges, they remove the pollutant from the water. Second is disinfection. Also here, we use chemicals to disinfect water. And third is chemical degradation or photochemical degradation of pollutants. And for these tasks, actually, we use monofunctional materials, which means that I need a material for the absorption, another material for the degradation, and a third material for the disinfection. So I need three different materials. Is this, let's say, a context in which nanotechnology can, let's say, take advantage of? The reply is yes, because nanotechnology makes use of nanomaterials. And nanomaterials are, let's say, small entities whose size about between 1 and 10 and 100 nanometers, sorry. And these nanomaterials can be engineered in a way that they can perform multiple tasks using just one material. And this is an advantage in terms of sustainability, because since generally speaking, nanomaterials have higher efficiency with respect to conventional materials, we can use less materials, so we can use less resources to obtain better results in the purification of water. Another point I would like to underline in this context is that conventional wastewater treatment is not able to degrade toxic compounds which are present in our drinking water, such as antibiotics. I was speaking about that previously. Dyes, for example. Also, a lot of pesticides and fertilizers are present in very small quantities. But this is unfortunately, let's say, a problem, because even small quantities of this bioactive product can induce health effects on us, on human beings, but also can induce, for example, loss of biodiversity in the aquatic flora and fauna. So this is the problem that, let's say, nanotechnology and use of new nanomaterials would like to address. So there's a lot of research in this direction to try to find new nanomaterials which can be, let's say, which are endowed with multifunctionality, so that we can somehow create a complementary system to be used together with conventional treatments, in order to make a step forward to the reutilization of wastewater to create, let's say, a circular exploitation of this very important resource we have, and that we cannot afford to, let's say, to treat like a kind of waste anymore, due to these constraints we have nowadays. I would like to thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you so much, Professor Garci, for that very wonderful and insightful address. To express our gratitude to Professor Dr. Garci, I would like to welcome Dr. Vilas Balgaonkar, Head of School of Faculty of Sustainable Studies, MIT World Peace University. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Masino-Skarji, sir. You talked about the role of nanotechnology in sustainable development. Also, you talked about the water purification, water reuse, and the water treatment. You had given the example about the US General Assembly about the right of clean water. And also you talk about the use of resources. You talk about the community development. And basically you focus on whatever three parameters are there and three components of the sustainability. That is the social, economic, and environment. And definitely on the occasion of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy, theme called as Building Sustainable Peace, Ideas, Evidences, and Strategies. Definitely, if we have a good sustainable environment, a good sustainable society, and good sustainable economic development, then and then only this is the best strategy to build a sustainable peace within and outside. So once again, on the behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, thank you very much, Dr. Masino-Skarji. And once again, thank you very much for the organization committee for inviting such a brilliant speaker in this particular parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Balgaonkar sir, for that expression of gratitude. Next is the much looked forward panel discussions, which will be moderated by Professor Milind Patre sir, Associate Dean of Faculty of Peace Studies, and Professor Madhu Jagdish, Assistant Professor of Faculty of Peace Studies. Let me now hand over the charges to Dr. Milind Patre and Dr. Madhu Jagdish. Over to you, sir and ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Madhu Jagdish. Kindly say hello to the audience.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And yes, as rightly said, much looked after discussion. And we have a galaxy of the student peace ambassadors, we say. Miss Prachita from Goa, India. Miss Harriet from South Sudan. Miss Carol from Nigeria. We have Mr. Roger from Botswana, Mr. Anthony from South Sudan, Mr. Pranay from Nashik, India, Ms. Shavi from Mumbai, India, Mr. Naman from Aurangabad, India, and Ms. Soumya from Jammu and Kashmir, India. So I heartily welcome all these student peace ambassadors. Before we launch into the panel discussion, just wanted to say that youth means exuberance of energies, tremendous energies. And the nature of the energy is such that it is never stagnant. It is always flowing, overflowing. And hence the direction, correct direction is the most important aspect. The society, the nation, and the whole world is safeguarded when youth engages in peace dialogues. So welcome all dear student peace ambassadors for the Global Youth Peace Dialogue, Building Sustainable Peace, Ideas, Evidence, and Strategies. So Professor Madhu Jagdish, would you like to say a word before we launch into the panel discussion?
Sure, sir. Thanks. I mean, it's a blessing always to be part of the World Parliament. I always consider it to be a festival of humanity. And it was really heartwarming and tears in my eyes when I read a lot of things today, and very inspiring. And I'm looking forward to actually this discussion. I always consider the World Parliaments to be discussions about how to evolve individual and collective consciousness, so that, you know, the whole world is more peaceful. And I'm sure when we heard Professor Omid Wali, the importance of peace, I'm sure even the person who has got a closed heart was absolutely going to be having understanding why we are organizing these conferences. So I'm looking forward for the collaborations, future collaborations with everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Matt. Okay, so let's launch into the panel discussion. My first question goes to Pranay Karkale. Pranay is pursuing mechanical engineering from MIT World Peace University. He is practicing meditation since last 6 years. He is a member of Serene Minds Group, which is Science and Spirituality Group at MIT World Peace University, and is working on developing Hyperloop prototype. So please carefully listen to the question, Mr. Pranay. What do you mean by building sustainable peace?
Okay, so being from an engineering background, I would like to start by defining the word sustainable peace itself. So peace for whose establishment no kind of harm was done. While the peace is being established, there is no ill effect caused on the society's direct or indirect stakeholders. And finally, when this peace is established, there are no negative repercussions in the near future. This kind of peace can be defined as sustainable peace. Now, actually speaking, every peace that is established should be sustainable in its very core for it to in turn sustain. Now, all around the world, there are initiatives being conducted where areas have been demilitarized, extremist groups have been taken down, so on and so forth. But most of these institutions do not take into consideration the most important aspect of this issue. You see, for quarreling individuals, we can take weapons out of their arms momentarily, but we cannot take the anger and hate which fosters in their mind out of their mind. Take a weapon away from them, they'll find some other way to wage a fight. Thus, the main thing which I feel for developing sustainable peace is changing hearts. And one of the more core reason I feel of non-peace existing in a person's heart is fear. Fear to be suppressed, fear to not be in control, or say fear of death itself. And until we don't get fear to abdicate the throne of our minds, there will be no true space for peace. Because as all of us know, peace begins from within. If I am a peaceful person, for sure I'll take actions in such a way which will result in sustained peace. Now, attainment of this sustained peace can be done by many ways. A few of them being that having open conversations with people who have different views than us. Because it is truly said that you can only make peace with your enemies and not your friends. Meditation, self-reflecting, yoga can also help the mind to become calm and composed, in which the seedling of peace can easily preside. Talking about initiatives, there is a small initiative taken under Faculty of Peace Studies at MIT World Peace University called as Serene Minds, where youth gather together and have open discussions. And along with that, help each other to transcend to a higher spiritually enlightened state by practicing meditation together. Overall, for the discussion, a small Sanskrit phrase comes to my mind, which all of us would know, is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is my family. Now, if we truly understand the meaning of this shlok, sustainable peace is an undeniable and a blissful reality of the future. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Pranay. Yes, I mean, as Gandhiji says, the enemy is fear. Right? We think it's hate, but it's actually fear. And like you said, when we really understand Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and how it is actually one global family, it's actually true. Even scientifically, we kind of can understand how it's really true. We start to get transformed as well. Now let's invite budding political leader Roger Solomon from Botswana, who has an MBA from Edinburgh Business School and is currently pursuing Masters in Political Leadership and Government at the MIT School of Government. MIT School of Government is a great initiative to create a mature, empathetic, compassionate political leadership. And that definitely goes a long way for creating and sustaining world peace. So Roger, in your opinion, what possibly are the ways for building sustainable peace?
Thank you, madam. I greet you all. I greet everyone. And yes, peace, sustainable peace is a global clarion call. And every nation, everyone must heed to that call. And where it starts is we should start by making sure that we enhance this principle of inclusiveness. We should include everyone and make everyone in the society an agent of peace. That's the beginning. We should make every formation in the society, every group, every class of people an agent of peace. Every nation in the globe should also be an agent of peace. Through education and training, we go back to the rural areas. We go back to the primary schools where we're going to train and educate societies, students, everyone in the society about peace, the perils of peace. We know the examples of lack of peace. We know all the occurrences that have taken place in the globe because of lack of peace, your xenophobia, your conflicts, your whatever, everything. We know. We don't want that. It is enough with that. All we need to do is to have a pragmatic action. Take a pragmatic action against all this that does not bring peace to our society. 2, what we need to do, we need legislative reforms. We need every nation, every society to make sure that it is included in their legislations that peace is upheld, peace becomes vision, becomes order of the day. We need to, instead of having Mrs. Universe, we also need to crown an icon of peace. And it must be within the lips of every individual, every nation. Then we will win. All these conflicts that are happening worldwide, they need a pragmatic action, not theory, not being lazed. They need pragmatic action. That's where we must go. Basic human rights, they must be respected everywhere. Basic needs, as per one scholar, Maslow hierarchy of needs, we have love, we have peace, we have sense of belonging there. We need to give everyone that recognition. Then we will say the whole nation is up against peace. One last thing, we can benchmark in the coronavirus pandemic. The same way we stormed up against coronavirus is the same way we should storm against lack of peace. We should let peace reign, let peace lead, let love lead the whole globe so that it reduces the vagaries of mankind. 2, climate change. The same way we strategize around climate change is the same way we should strategize around peace and make peace order of the day. Lastly, I wish to say, let us deal with the exclusions and the oppressions of our people in marginalized societies so that we uphold peace. We may have sustainable peace and not threat for lives. Otherwise, if we ignore that, we ignore an important aspect of life, which one day our big developments and magnificent buildings will be reduced to rubbles. Our hard-earned gains will be reversed because of lack of peace. I call for the globe to be peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Roger. Thank you so much for your such an emphatic, passionate expression. And yes, we always say that to reach peace, we have to teach peace. And we have to take the pragmatic ways in which we can transfer these peaceful activities. Thank you so much, Roger. And moving ahead, my next question goes to Soumya. Soumya is pursuing BTech Petroleum Engineering, and she is a native from Jammu and Kashmir. She is an avid reader and a writer, sports person, and practices yoga regularly. So Soumya, welcome. And please listen to the question very carefully. Who should be responsible for building sustainable peace, and how should we go about it?
Thank you for the question, sir. When we talk about the who, the idea of effective peace building must involve the entire UN system and its long-term engagement in conflict-affected countries. The responsibility for leading the process for sustaining peace rests with the national government and authorities largely, and is shared with the entire society. Inclusivity, in order to ensure that the needs of all segments of society are taken into account, is an important aspect as well. This should apply to various groups such as opposition parties, displaced people, and marginalized groups. Fundamentally speaking, the people themselves should be recognized as agents of peace. Individual peace contributes to world peace, and each and every human, through their actions, is responsible for it. Conflict at home is detrimental to world peace as much as conflict on national border is. Needless to say, peace rises from within. A peaceful mindset makes a peaceful person, who in turn makes a peaceful community, which makes our society peaceful, and many such peaceful societies come together to form a peaceful nation. When we talk about the how, sustaining peace requires a change in mindset from a reactive mode to a preventive approach, and from short-term intervention to a long-term sustainable outcome. The UN country operation should arrive at a shared understanding of causes, drivers, and triggers of conflict. Peace building should become a part of our lives from the very fundamental source, that is education. Practicing and teaching conflict resolution even before the conflict arises to students, teenagers, and even kids by inculcating these subjects in their school curriculum will shape them to be more responsible. Celebration and adoption of global events like Yoga Day, Earth Day, and World Peace Day could reinforce the idea of sustainable peace and of leading a mindful living. Since media has a large impact on the society and influences a great number of people, artists, filmmakers, fashion icons, writers, and content creators could innovate ideas revolving around the promotion of sustainable peace building as well. How to do something starts from when you want to do something, and thus how to build peace starts from when you are at peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya, for covering, the entire scope, right, from United Nations to countries to the individual responsibility. And as it said by Gandhiji, be the change we wish to see in the world. And to see some of those examples, let's invite Prachita Nayak. She's currently pursuing Master of Computer Applications. She's a freelancer in software development and is also actively associated with several animal welfare organizations and rescue centers since 2 years. She, along with her family, have fostered and provided shelter for 100 plus cats and dogs. And, in the prep session, we just connected and we saw her pet dog too. And that's great. Prachita, please elaborate the role of youth in building sustainable peace.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, I strongly believe that youth plays a major role in facilitating sustainable peace in a society, provided that they are included in peace building processes rather than being seen off as perpetrators or risk factors of the same. It is rightly said that wherever the attention goes, the energy will flow. So inclusion of the youth in peace building processes will facilitate their transformation from possibly being agents of violence and conflict to being agents of peace in their respective communities. communities. In fact, research shows that the youth who participate actively in violence are in fact a minority, while the majority of youth, despite the injustice, deprivation, and abuse that they confront on a daily basis, are not violent and do not participate in violence. This itself is a positive start. And as a youth myself, I believe we tend to relate and connect more with people who are of a similar age category as us. That is why the whole influencer trend has been rising on various social media platforms. So that also means that the voice of one young mind acting as a peace mediator has the power to act as a catalyst and influence the mind of youth all around the world, which constitutes about 16% of the world population. And we have seen many such examples of young people using their creativity, passion, and curiosity for great causes to humankind. We have heard such examples from Mr. Prelis as well. Giving examples of content creators, we have lifestyle coaches like Jay Shetty, Mr. Gaur Gopal Das, and YouTube channels like Mind Valley and Nas Daily, who solely use their content to educate people about personal development and bringing a change in the society. And it is today's youth that will shape the world that we live in tomorrow. But in order for this to happen, it is important to provide the youth with education, including peace education from a young age, and provide them with opportunities through which youth can be active participants in making decisions not just concerning their well-being, but that of the society at large. Talking from a personal note, I have been fortunate enough to study peace education at MIT, and that has had a huge impact on my personal growth. From someone who has always stayed away from meditation to being a daily practitioner of the same. And that has also led to a butterfly effect on people around me who have benefited from the ideas and thoughts that I pass on from these peace lectures. And it has helped us in not just our personal development, but also to contribute to the society. So I believe if given the right direction, we can utilize this youth energy towards the development of sustainable peace in the society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prachita. Thank you so much. Wherever the attention goes, the energy flows. What a profound spiritual statement made by such a young student member. And not only a statement, if you understand that, and not only you understand, you have been practicing it, that speaks volumes. And thank you so much for this wonderful expression. Thank you. And so now my next question goes to Anthony, keeping in the same passion. Anthony, who has completed his BSc Geology and Mining from South Sudan. He is also the students president of the Association of African Students in India. So Anthony, welcome here. And my question to you is, what are the different ways of engaging youth in peace building?
Yes, thank you, sir, for the opportunity you gave to me today. I'm so glad. As we know, the peace building is the most largest thing in this society. So I will run it off with major 3 points. For youth to be involved in peace building, we have to create a space within the youth and the government and local environment for understanding of concept of a peace building with the youth and society. In the second point, we have to promote the intergeneration of concept of education with the local government and the local society within us, with the native family. And last but not the least, by supporting youth who are positively contributing their communities who are always around, and we have to be defending with them, and the locals has been supported in terms of peace. Not least by building trust between the government and the youth and the local environment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. And this World Parliament is a great opportunity for like-minded youth coming together and ideating on world peace. And also best wishes to you, since you are playing the wonderful role of the students president for South African Students Association and can really influence so many people in that role. Now let's hear from Carol from Nigeria, who's pursuing MCA, and she cares for the cause of global peace and women empowerment. Her hobbies are just superb. It includes helping, which is really wonderful. And it's quite inspiring for all of us, Carol, to have a hobby like helping. This act of kindness is a great tool for world peace. Carol, we heard so much right today and even yesterday about building peace. The question is, can peace be forced on people? And how do we convince people to work towards creating and sustaining a peaceful society?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for this great opportunity. First off, I believe peace can be enforced and not forced. Enforce is simply to make people do what is required by law and order, and force is to make people do things out of their own will. Thereby, we are breeding anger, and in some cases, we are breeding hatred in their hearts. We cannot force people to have peace with the environment when they're not peaceful with themselves. Peace, I believe, can only be forced on people when there is an enforced law and order, and where there are teachings and evidences to make people see peace as a reality. Secondly, to my second question, for me to want to convince someone, which means I already practice what I'm trying to preach. One way to convince people is by showing the long-lasting result that peace brings to the society, where they do not lose their lives or their loved ones. Trust me, no one wants to lose their lives or their loved ones. Let's take, for instance, if I have a notion that 1 + 1 is 3, and I go to school and my teacher shows me 1 + 1 is actually 2. And my community, people at large, have this notion that 1 + 1 is 3. But I am told 1 + 1 is 2. And I'm taught this practically. And I'm shown that for an eternity, 1 + 1 is going to remain 2. Of course, I will go back home and I'll tell people 1 + 1 is actually 2 and not 3. This is why, this is this. And of course, who doesn't like to show off that they know some certain things? And those people as well go to their communities and show people that actually 1 + 1 is not 3, it's actually 2. Is actually 2, I'm sorry. And also, we need to practice what we preach. Let our behavior be a witness to people. Let's say in an organization or in your society, in your environment, you organize games, you organize gatherings, you play games, there are food. And in that, you also teach people about peace. Speak about peace. These things definitely, I believe, will convince people. And once they start living, this teaching, once they start living it, they see how enjoyable. Trust me, peace is very enjoyable. Many of us here can attest to that. Once they start living it and see how enjoyable peace can actually be, they will begin to recruit their family and friends. That is how I believe we can convince people. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carol. Thank you so much for a profound understanding. Because rightly said, peace is an understanding, and understanding cannot be forced. Just as kindness cannot be forced. You cannot force somebody to be kind, to be loving. It is an inside-out paradigm. It's an inside-out process. And so it has to happen from inside. So thank you so much for this wonderful expression. The next question goes to Harriet. Harriet has completed her bachelor's in petrochemical engineering from South Sudan. And she also served as a finance secretary at South Sudan Association in Pune. So welcome, Harriet. And here is a question for you, Harriet. Is it possible to achieve the goal of world peace without consciously working on individual peace?
Thank you, sir. It is not possible to achieve peace without working on yourself. First, it should start within you. Peace starts from inside of you. If you have something good, you can give to others. If you don't have something, you can provide. That is what I believe in. So if we want to teach peace in the individual, we should start from ourselves, then to our family, then from family to society, then we can achieve the sustainable peace in ourselves. And also, even if we don't have, we can still achieve through practicing, like helping others, helping the people in need without expecting their help in return. And also we can achieve the inner peace through doing meditation, random act of how to help people, how things should be, how we teach ourselves, how we train ourselves to the best things we can make. So I believe like if we work in ourselves, we can help others and we can achieve that peace in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet. I mean, it's a joy to listen to such words of wisdom coming from youth community. And I think this is really a much needed insight for all in the world, that only when one has individual peace can world peace be possible. Also, there's a lot of scientific research, spiritual research that has proved that only when there is peace of mind, we are able to realize the infinite potential that each of us is blessed with. So even if I need to achieve my goals with less stress, anxiety, and suffering, inner peace is the only way, and that is through mastering of my mind, regulating the mind, etc. So let's tap the ancient wisdom on how to develop this individual peace. For that, we're requesting Naman to share his views. Naman is pursuing mechanical engineering. He's a defense technology enthusiast and has interest in anthropology and social behaviors. Wonderful combination. And he wishes to contribute towards world peace. Naman, there's a lot of ancient wisdom on the power of thought. Do you think it's relevant in today's times to build sustainable peace?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Indeed, it is perfectly relevant. When we were younglings and we first ventured out in the world, we saw it through a very innocent lens. We saw it through sincere empathy and questioned why simple problems like crime and corruption exist, and why can't we simply solve them? But somewhere, when we were hit with bricks and stones, we realized how deep-rooted all societal problems are, and we stopped believing in the possibility of a better world. We somehow started to focus on surviving rather than thriving. But we can change this. We can recreate a society which keeps inner and outer peace as an indispensable condition. We can achieve this through the unlimited creative power of thought. James Allen, in his book, As a Man Thinketh, says, and I quote, "A man is literally what he thinks he is, his character being the complete sum of all of his thoughts. As a plant springs from and could not be without the seed, so every act of man springs from a hidden seed of thought." Unquote. This unlimited power of thought has to be harnessed to dreams and ideals, because until thought is linked with purpose, there is no accomplishment. He who cherishes a lofty ideal in his heart will one day firmly realize it. Buddha beheld a vision of perfect peace and he entered into it, even though he was born at a place frequently ravaged by war. If each one of us dream of world peace and convert it into firm action, we would inevitably create a world we wish to have. All the things that have happened to us are based on thoughts impressed upon the subconscious mind through our beliefs. The subconscious will accept your beliefs and convictions and bring them into reality. I would conclude by sharing a quote of Swami Vivekananda. He says, "Take up that one idea, make that one idea your life, dream of it, think of it, let the brain, muscles, nerves be full of that idea, and just leave every other idea alone. That is the way to success." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Naman. Thank you so much. Your name itself is Naman. Naman means no mind. And yes, we are all really suffering because of so much data inputs, so much flow of data. Our hard disk of the mind is absolutely, it is getting collapsed under so much data. So we need to learn as well as unlearn also. And rightly said, the ancient techniques of yoga and meditation, they are going to also help us, because university education teaches us how to learn. Yoga and meditation teaches us how to unlearn, and both are important to be an educated person. Thank you so much, Naman. And then here goes the last student peace ambassador. The question goes to Shaivi. Shaivi is an aspiring UX UI designer from MIT School of Design. She has keen interest in nature studies, learning languages, and exploring the realms of spirituality. She is a member of Syrian Mind Groups, which is a science and spirituality group at MIT WPU. Welcome, Shaivi. And so my question to you, the last of the panel discussion question to you is, on behalf of both myself and Professor Madhu, so from this discussion, probably we arrive at a conclusion, which is actually the foundational pillar stone of MIT group of institutions, that the union of science and spirituality looks to be the only solution. Are the ancient evergreen technologies like yoga and meditation are the solution, along with modern technologies for building sustainable peace?
Yes, absolutely. Today, we are in a world where we can witness the happy fusion of ancient practices with modern technology. Science and spirituality both complement one another, in a way that spirituality gives us vision and values, whereas science provides us with tools and technologies, and we need both. Also, when we say the union of science and spirituality, it's not just about the science domain and the spiritual domain. If you are aware of the mystics of this fusion, magic starts happening. For example, the music maestro, the legend, Mr. A.R. Rahman, talks about the importance of Brahma Muhurat in his journey of music creation. He says that 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. is the time where he feels these eternal energies and some of his best music gets created. And his use of most high-tech musical instruments is the ultimate amalgamation of spirituality and science. Me and you, all of us, we can use technology to enhance our spiritual experiences through remote group meditations, online conferences like this World Parliament, and a range of goal-specific applications like Headspace, Heart in Tune app, Calm, Zenfi, etc. Although they follow different practices and arts of meditation, the end goal of achieving inner peace remains the same. For us, the students of MIT World Peace University, we have the peace curriculum inculcated in our degree programs. We are introduced to treasure troves of ancient manuscripts of every religion, their culture and practices, and all of this is connected to spirituality. Thus, with the union of science and spirituality, the mystery of life is beginning to open, teaching us how to explore the universe of light that each one of us senses in our deepest inner self. If the human journey is illuminated by love, discipline, passion, curiosity, and courage, we will learn how to use our consciousness as a tool capable of exploring this universe and live a peace-embodied, meaningful life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shavi. Thank you so much, all the student peace ambassadors. Tremendous. I mean, if people, grown-up people look at you, student peace ambassadors, if the varying factions, if the people who are so much ambitious and for their petty gains, they want to create the divisiveness in the society, if they look at you, if they listen to you, then probably the world will be so beautiful. I think I can end with just saying that, yes, we need to have all these forces together. I can say there are 3 aims. First aim is mathematics. It's a pure science. Second aim, I can say, is music, which is pure art. And the third aim, I can say, is meditation, which is pure religion. You can say pure spirituality. And so when all these 3 meet, mathematics and music and meditation, this is like science and spirituality and sustainability, and the world peace is guaranteed. I thank you so much, all the student leaders, student peace ambassador, Professor Madhu Jagdish. And definitely I will see that if our Professor Vice Chancellor Dr. Milind Pandey would like to, have some his compliments for this wonderful peace ambassadors dialogue. Professor Pandey, sir, would you like to say and compliment and appreciate these students? Sir, are you there?
I think, sir.
Okay. So thank you so much once again. Madhu ma'am, would you like to make a closing remark before we hand over to Anuradha Pai ma'am?
No, I think it's like I said, it's really wonderful, heartwarming kind of discussions. And I feel we all can collaborate in our own. I mean, these are all change makers, right? Each person is a change maker. And if we really adopt the ancient technologies like yoga and meditation and evolve our consciousness, everything is absolutely possible. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And over to you, Professor Anuradha Pai.
Thank you, Patre sir and Madhu ma'am for wonderfully moderating the session. And kudos to all the peace ambassadors, student ambassadors. I think Pandey sir has joined us. Sir, if you would like to speak a few words and bless our student ambassadors.
Am I audible? Sufficiently audible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. You are.
Sir, it's a memorable discussion which we had, led by Professor Milind Patre and Professor Madhu Jagdish. It really motivated and instincted all the student leaders, the peace ambassadors, the peace lovers, the peace followers. The message is very strong to the entire student community who is listening to this World Parliament, the 7th World Parliament on Science, Religion and Philosophy. The way you articulated, the way all the students from the Prachita, the Harriet, Omri, Roger, Anthony, Pranay, Shaibi, Naman, and Soumya Kaur. And congratulations for this wonderful articulation by the students as well as Professor Patre and Professor Madhu Jagdish. Thank you. This is the true aspect of building the sustainable peace and involvement of the youth in building the world peace, which is very, very important. That is what the thought given by our founder president and executive president to the entire community. To develop, to establish the peace-loving, holistic global society, and the youth, they are the backbone of it. At the right time, we are nurturing these young minds for the sustainable development of this. Thank you very much. Please accept my heartiest congratulations to every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Now, for the concluding remarks, may I invite Professor Dr. Arthur Taylor, CFO, Coleman Parmeet Inc., USA, and Director Innovation at MIT World Peace University. He is also the author of more than 4 books on world peace. With indeed honor and privilege, let me invite you, sir, to address the audience.
Thank you so very much. World guests and participants, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, Dr. Rahul Karad, youth, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you. You know, I'm so grateful for all of what has been spoken. So much has been shared. I suppose if Teja and Georgia were able to get together, they could create some wonderful games that would be a great benefit to youth and children. So many wonderful ideas shared. I would like to do something different in my remarks. I would like to propose for your consideration a very simple, sustainable strategy for peace. It includes so much of what has already been shared about love, the heart, maybe even art in Los Angeles, helping young girls, caring for 5 children, inclusiveness, so much. But first, I want to share a few concepts for your consideration. In the pursuit of peace, where do science and religion meet? May I suggest to you they meet at birth. Birth includes both questions for religion, and it also includes questions for science. Some questions for religion are, how does the consciousness of an infant start? Where does this consciousness come from? Where does it go after death? Within the consciousness of mankind, where does his conscience come from? Does man have a spirit inside of him? If so, where did it come from? Who is it? Is inner peace a phenomenon of the body, or is it a phenomenon of the spirit? And is inner peace available to all men and women? Questions for science. How does the spirit and body of mankind connect? I don't know. How does man's conscience learn and develop over time? I don't fully know the answer to that question either. Does the spirit remain the same through near-death experiences? If it changes, why? And how? To these science questions, I do not have any answers today. To the religion questions, allow me to share with you what my study of 6 Abrahamic texts and the American prophets of Jesus Christ teach. These Abrahamic texts, in somewhat of a chronological order, are the Torah, the Nevi'im, the Book of Mormon, the Ketuvim, the New Testament, and the Quran. At the outset, let me pose a question for you to ponder. Is the process for answering, this is an important question, is the process for answering religious questions identical to the process for answering scientific questions? If the scientific method requires study, a hypothesis, research, tests, knowledge of relevant facts, and a good reasoning methodology, do those requirements then become conditions to learning truth about religion and God as well? Does that mean that religious truth is hidden from the uneducated, the unsophisticated, or the illogical? Similarly, is scientific truth hidden to those who are religiously illiterate? Is faith in God a requirement to perform a successful double-slit experiment? Can one determine whether light is a wave or a particle, even if he or she doesn't know whether God has prophets on the earth? Personally, as a student of mathematics, an admirer of quantum mechanics, and that's all I am, is an admirer, and the holder of 4 university degrees, 2 undergraduate and 2 graduate, I can attest to you of the great power and impact of reason and science. As a student of over 5,000 pages of religious texts, line by line, I can also attest to you of the great power and impact of faith in God. For me, they are definitely 2 processes which are complementary yet distinct. Please allow me to take up the religious questions today without reference to the scientific questions. First, who are we? And the second question will be, why are we here? Who are we? Well, all 6 Abrahamic texts speak of the creation of the world. The Torah says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The New Testament says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. The Quran says, Lord is God who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. These same 6 texts also speak of Adam and Eve. The Torah teaches, and God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. The Nevi'im states, bring my sons from far and my daughters from the ends of the earth, even every one that is called by my name. For I have created him for my glory. I have formed him. Yea, I have made him. Non-Abrahamic texts also speak of the creation of Adam and Eve. The Sri Guru Granth Sahib states, by his command, souls came into being. The Isa Upanishad states, he is the true owner of the entire world and every action or movement in it. Now, there are 2 additional Abrahamic text entries that are particularly specific. One is in the New Testament, the book of Acts, in the apostles, of the apostles. It states, for in him, that is God, we live and move and have our being. As certain also of your own poets have said, for we are also his offspring. For as much then as we are the offspring of God, we ought not to think that the Godhead is likened to gold or silver or stone, graven by art and man's devices. Close quote. These verses teach that not only are we the sons and daughters of God in some metaphorical sense, but that we are actually his offspring. Now, the second entry is in the Book of Mormon, where the prophet Nephi teaches why we are here. It states, quote, Adam fell that men might be, and men are, that they might have joy. Close quote. This Book of Mormon passage is directly applicable to our journey of peace. It tells us why we are here. These texts indicate that God created the world, that we are his children, and that Adam and Eve were created as our first parents. But the Book of Mormon tells us why. Mankind was created that he might learn by practice and repentance how to make choices that bring happiness. May I humbly suggest that there is no happiness without peace, internal peace. So man is created that he might have happiness and internal peace. But how can internal peace be found? Among so many nations, so many cultures, so many circumstances, how can peace, worldwide internal peace, be found? The answer comes back to our creation, our birth. The American prophets state that, number one, peace does not come from money. Russell M. Nelson warned that, quote, so many people look only to their bank balance for peace, close quote. Number two, it does not come from power. Quentin L. Cook said, peace is not found by attaining great wealth, power, or prominence. But number three, it does come by and through our conscience. Quentin L. Cook said, quote, conscience is a moral compass pointing us towards peace. Del G. Renlund said, we can be filled with joy, receive a remission of our sins, and have peace of conscience. Where did this conscience come from? D. Todd Christofferson said, quote, whether aware of it or not, every man, woman, and child of every belief, place, and time possesses the sense of right and wrong we often call conscience. Henry B. Eyring said, we, quote, are born with it as a gift. While not using the word conscience, the Sutta Pitaka also speaks of knowledge and light arising within us. Quote, within me there arose the knowledge, close quote. And again, quote, knowledge and this insight has arisen within me, close quote. Now here's the strategy for peace. There is a strategy for peace in the world. It has steps. The first step is to promote peace within. This has already been shared with us. Peace cannot be forced. It can only be chosen. 8 billion people can easily understand this very simple strategy. Follow your conscience. It is simple. It is sustainable. There's not a lot of training needed. Everybody pretty well knows what their conscience says to them. Youth can lead the way, and many of them already are. Peace comes from choosing to and follow our conscience, choosing to listen to and follow our conscience. Mahatma Gandhi said this, quote, a leader is useless when he acts against the promptings of his own conscience, close quote. Let us make world peace not just a topic, but a mission. Let us develop a plan of action, actionable items with timetables. Let us encourage all to follow their conscience. And then this next year, let us hear a report on our collective efforts from our prior year's plan. Now, there will be a second and a third step. After peace within comes peace without. Will there be war and conflict between people of different faiths, nations, and cultures, all of whom have peace within? Or does peace within go a long way to also bring peace without?
Professor Taylor?
We'll see. Yes.
Professor Taylor, it's a humble request if you could kind of conclude your words in a minute's time so that we can keep the time. Yes.
I can do a little bit of math, but there's much of science I don't know. But this much I do know. Man was created by God. We have a spirit which is the offspring, a son or daughter of God. God has created us with the purpose to choose of our own will to live in a way that brings happiness. That requires practice, change, and repentance. A central part of that happiness is peace. There's no lasting happiness without internal peace. May I humbly suggest this esteemed day, October 3rd, 2021, two things. We develop and join hands together in a worldwide campaign, encouraging all mankind of every nation, every religion, every culture, and every circumstance to follow their peace, follow their conscience. And secondly, that we all try and experiment for 2 days, do our best to follow our own conscience and see whether it brings us peace or not. When we follow our conscience, we love others. We love children. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor, for your words of wisdom. It was indeed food for thought for all those participants who were listening very patiently to your very deeper thoughts on peace, spirituality, conscience, and so on. Thank you so much. We are coming to the conclusion of the session. For proposing the vote of thanks, may I invite Dr. Rahul More, Director, Strategy, Innovation and Operations at MIT ADT University, Pune. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Anuradha. Good evening, all of you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible. Please go ahead.
I'm truly honored for giving me this opportunity to express a vote of thanks on the occasion of 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. It's indeed great to see all the speakers and the way we are advocating for the peace, and we are really committed for its sustainability. Folks, I think we are amazingly young India, and having said that, the education field itself has seen the different waves in India. We started after independence, I think more focus was on truly expanding the horizon of education, and then we really focused on equity, who will get learned, or what is the equity in that matter, whether the girl should learn or not. And then finally we landed into an excellence part of it. And eventually now people are talking about employability and entrepreneurship. And since last so many years, I think MIT group has been truly building a foundation on the peace here at MIT World Peace University. I really congratulate all the team members and the board of trustees for this really commendable vision. Even I really request all of you to learn Bhagavad Gita. If you really imbibe 30 odd verses or shlokas by Lord Krishna, I think our world will be truly awesome. The Lord Krishna, by the way, there are a lot of youth hearing to me today. I think Lord Krishna in various times he expresses, if you want to truly be a winner in your life, he talks about to stabilize your intellect. That means pragya ko pratisthit karna padega. And what truly perturbs you in the social media, in a second, if you get an WhatsApp message, and you can become very angry, and your anger is the source of this cause. And that's what Bhagavan, Lord Krishna says, Krodhat bhavati sammoha, sammohat smriti vibhramaha, smriti branshat buddhi nasho, buddhi nashat pranashyati. What does it mean? Anger leads to delusion. Delusion leads to loss of memory, and loss of memory leads to the loss of intellect. That means the power of discrimination. If you lose the power of discrimination, you destroy yourself. And that's what I think we need to truly take care of our anger in some sense, because we are losing patience. What's happening globally also, we are seeing the terrorism and all other aspects from environmental point of view as well, we are observing. So having said this, today we are truly blessed to have various speakers. I think Mr. Saji Parlis, Director Search for Common Ground from Sri Lanka, he focused on why are we in search of peace. I think that's very relevant paradigm he has narrated and summarized. How it really focuses on resilience of youth, and the message was very clear from him: future is now. Thank you, Mr. Saji. Then we have Mr. Miss Miteja Roth from Slovene Union University. I think with her habitat knowledge and experience, she gave a purpose to youth to engage in community-driven solutions and focus on inclusion. It's truly, we are honored to have you on this panel, ma'am, today. Then I think Professor Omid Wali from Nangarhar University, Afghanistan. What an amazing personality. Truly salute to you, sir. The way you walks on your values as a professor, I think we all should learn from you to walk the path hereafter. What he expressed about uncertainty at various countries and himself, at his own home ground, Afghanistan, it clearly shows that whenever there is a void in leadership, countries face critical situations. And that's what I think the way at MIT World Peace University we are truly nurturing through School of Government our future leaders. I think that's very apt, because if you pull out the history and look at wherever there is a leadership gap has observed, either those countries have been taken over, or even in the organization, the moment the leadership void happens, and that leads to destruction. I think he has mentioned and narrated very nicely that how one can develop the leaders, especially peace leaders, which is very much essential at global diaspora right now, and economic and political stability, which lead to a peace in a larger paradigm. Thank you so much. Then we heard from Georgia. I think bridging the gap. I think, ma'am, what truly admires is you have truly given us a path how one can do a synthesis of science and spirituality with love and compassion. And I think the great message of unifying the world with love and stand up for children, I think we have all mesmerized with this message. Thank you so much for this. Then Dr. Massimo Segrassi, I think he gave a very simple logic. I think achieving peace through scientific advancements. He focused more on building a scientific advancements. Thank you for that. What a lovely panel we had today. I think our peace ambassadors we call. It's very encouraging and fulfilling to see what youth thinks and believes. And everyone on the panel advocated that peace must start from yourself. I think when I used to conduct leadership, interventions during my consulting era, I met many leaders, of course, business leaders mostly, maybe more than 4,000 business leaders. Leadership, everyone talked about, leading others, not yourself. I think our youth is thinking in a very right direction. I congratulate them, and it's really fulfilling to see how we can, because India is strategically located. Even US wants to collaborate with India. China wants to collaborate because we are the largest consumer market we are having. So when we have strategically aligned, I think our youth's this thinking and their confidence will definitely lead to becoming a superpower in a few years. And thank you, Professor Dr. Arthur Taylor, for his wonderful concluding remarks and putting emphasis on consciousness. Yes, of course, that consciousness leads to all, the love and the success. And you have given right strategy for peace as well. Finally, I thank our beloved founder, revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, who truly, I would say in Marathi, Nishchayacha Mahameru. Yesterday also I seen him, till midnight he was working on some aspect at Loni campus. right from morning 10 o'clock to midnight, he was there in one place, and he was leading one mission there. I think at this age, the way he carries that strength and the vision, I truly bow down to him. Our Honorable Dr. Mangesh Karad, Honorable Rahul Karad sir, Board of Trustees of MAIR, for such a beautiful gift you are given to the world from the 1996 onwards. I think in coming years it will definitely impact, and who is truly driving our mission leader of this activity, Honorable Dr. Milind Pandey and his whole team. I really congratulate. From last so many years, you have been, I think, relentlessly you are working on this mission. Most importantly, my heartfelt gratitude to Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, who has shown this path of synthesis of science and spirituality. I would have a last message to all youth and my beloved teachers, my colleagues, and everyone on this panel. I would quote in Hindi, I'm sorry, to summarize everything from today's talks. निर्माणों के पावन युग में हम चरित्र निर्माण न भूले, स्वार्थ साधना की आंधी में वसुधा का कल्याण न भूले। माना अगम अगाध सिंधु है, संघर्षों का पार नहीं है, किंतु डूबना मझधारों से साहस को स्वीकार नहीं है। जटिल समस्या सुलझाने को नूतन अनुसंधान ना भूले। And that's what I think we must unify to come out with innovative solutions to all challenges hereafter. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. God bless you. If I forgot someone, I'm sorry. Thank you, everyone, and organizing team. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hari sir, for that wonderful vote of thanks. With this, our session is coming to an end, but let me bring to your notice that tomorrow we'll have two very important sessions on the theme Right to Peace, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that is session 4, which starts at 4 p.m., where we'll have an eminent array of dignitaries, including Mr. Vinod Subramaniam ji, Mr. Shraddhanand Seetal ji, Honorable Dada Gunamuktananda, Dr. Diana R. Coleman, and we'll also have session 5 on the theme, the role of religion in modern scientific culture and consciousness, where we'll have Dr. Elizabeth Denley from Australia, Heartfulness Magazine editor, Dr. Kannan Rangaramanujan from Johns Hopkins Hospital, USA, Professor Vistas Karbhari from University of Texas, Arlington, USA, Dr. Brian J. Grimm, President of Religious Freedom and Business Foundation, Utah, USA, Mr. Ashok Joshi, founder of Microlin LLC from USA, Honorable Condon Smith Hansen, Lecturer of Religious Studies at the University of Arizona, Tucson, and we welcome and look forward to your fruitful and proactive participation in the days to come of the 7th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. Now, let us end this session by the Universal Anthem, Pasaidan. I request my technical team to kindly relay Pasaidan. I request all of you to join us in this.